Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? Let's party. Quick shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to check this out, even though you missed the live party. That is the best part. So make sure you're here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe button. You know, I've been dropping videos every single day. You don't want to miss a thing. So make sure you are subscribed. Before we begin, let's say a big thank you to the sponsor of the stream, my6shirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, it is the only place to get your very own, the Indian Jesus official merch. Only at my6shirt.com. All right. So we have a very interesting conversation tonight. Very, very interesting. Some of you are probably more familiar with the meme than the guy, who is Richard Spencer. That was the guy here on the right. This was somebody who was very big in starting this whole alt-right movement. And let me just show you the meme that you've probably seen, and you're like, oh, I know that guy. If you cannot hear the video, I mean, you don't really need to necessarily hear the video for this one, but please do let me know.
Neo-Nazis don't love me. They kind of hate me, actually.
It's just an interview he was doing on the street, talking about having his white nationalists, white supremacists, all the nasty stuff that leftists will call anybody. That's who this guy was. And this is where this came from. So he was doing this interview about a speech he had just done.
KKK, neo-Nazi. Those people don't like me.
Are you like the hipster version of the neo-Nazi movement?
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
So you can see here, somebody is jumping into the frame to sucker punch him. Boom! And then a lot of people jumped on this whole punch a Nazi thing, because they were saying Richard Spencer is a Nazi, and that is a good way to go about society. Oh, I forgot my candle here. Let's set the mood a little bit, shall we? Excuse me. So I haven't really heard much from Richard Spencer since, the whole alt-right movement itself kind of got pushed underground. There was Richard Spencer, there was Milo, there was Gavin McInnes, all these people, and I think they're still around, but for the most part, they're not really where they were. So I saw this interview from this week on No Jumper, where Adam22 had on this guy, Richard Spencer, and of course, our old friend Destiny. You guys definitely know who Destiny is, the blue-haired streamer, leftist, the only one that we can listen to. So it's a long interview, so we're just going to skip a little bit of the beginning. You can see we're skipping about 20 minutes. Basically, all that he said. Well, let's just go read through the chapter. So they start the intro. Adam talks about Richard's political ideology changes from the alt-right in 2016. So he's basically just saying that, yeah, I was wrong about all of that, and I definitely need to not be like that anymore. Next, Richard Spencer regrets his former views. Adam asked Richard Spencer how he ended up in the alt-right and what caused him to change. And so he's basically saying that, leftism was going too far. And, a lot of the same things that you could see with a lot of, whether you call it far right or Andrew Tate-esque type stuff, it was a reaction to the far left. Next, and then, seeing that he had created an avenue for people to take him dead serious and actually legitimately cause violence. He's like, I don't want to do this. I'm not about that. So he wanted to change. Then Richard Spencer then says Joe Biden is the best president of his lifetime.
What?
I don't know how you go from being a Trump rah-rah to Biden is the, not only liking Biden, but Biden is the best president. I don't know how you get there, but that's the long and short of what we missed. Anything else? And then he basically just was talking about Ye and Nick Fuentes, saying that, you know, he kind of understands where they're coming from, just like he did, but he doesn't think they're going to go too far, but they do have some interesting information. And then Destiny was just talking about the rather tired point that as humans, we are evolving at a slower rate than our technology and all that kind of stuff. So we're just not meant to be, you know, inundated with news from all around the world and everything that's going wrong all the time. So that's basically all we missed. This is a little bit of a longer a podcast, and I do want to get through all of it. So that's what we missed, and let's jump in.
We're invaded by Russia, even the blue-haired feminist would like strap on a gun and be ass kicking.
Look at 9/11, bro.
Yeah.
98% of the country was ready to go to war with whatever fucking country in the world you threw a dart at. Bro, if you tell me Nigerians were the ones that fucking blew, planes of the World Trade Center, I think 98% of America, let's go to war with them right now. Yeah,
I was actually in New York City in 9/11, believe it or not.
So they were just leading into talking about the division in America and how bad it is and how everybody is divided on everything. And the last time that wasn't the case was right after 9/11.
Experienced this with, this is 23 years ago, as liberal types who I would talk to, and I would almost kind of gently talk to them because I was afraid that they were going to tell me about like the history of the Crusades and racism against Arabs, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we need to go to war right now."
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, for sure.
So,
Bush was on Jesus. Like, it's funny because we make fun of like Muslims and shit, and imams saying holy war and jihad and all this shit. And I want to say Bush was on camera saying like, I prayed and God told me that we need to go to war with Iraq, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. But back then we were ready for it.
If that were to happen right now, if we had another 9/11, do you think the country's so polarized that we would never get anywhere close to that like 98%
Nope.
agreement on going to war?
Yes. Nope, because that's what we expected with Rona and all that stuff. We expected that people would come together and be like, oh, there's this thing that's attacking Americans, and it has nothing to do with politics. But didn't really work out like that, did it?
I think it kind of is over, and I this is a really big subject that I'm glad we're talking about. But I mean, I was very enthused about the new Cold War that has arisen, and that might sound cynical or sadistic or something. It's not, because it does. When you have the unipolar world, globalism.
There we go. We got Harley in the building. Welcome. Frankie D Reacts. Where you been? So glad to see you, brother. Very, very glad to see you. Says we had different expectations of Rona. Yeah, and maybe we shouldn't have. But it certainly didn't have the same effect that 9/11 did. And not saying that it's good that 9/11 happened, of course, but if it's going to happen, then it would be ideal that we would come together over it. Welcome to the party, guys.
I don't know who's who and who's what, or where we are, who's the enemy.
You guys can hear the video, right?
It's murky and kind of weird. Now we're kind of returning to something that we're used to and something that we fought and won previously. A Cold War, a division between a Russian or kind of Soviet-like society. Perhaps China's involved. We'll figure that out. It's kind of here and there at the moment. But it gives people some stability and meaning. You kind of need someone to hate or someone to fear or someone to be your adversary. Because that
do we really? I hate that. That's got to be a thing we can change in human nature. It has to be, right?
Well,
I agree. I don't like the notion that we have to be fighting against something. Well, I agree that you have to stand for something, and that usually that's going to entail somebody who is against what you are for. But I agree with Destiny there that the human nature to say, like, there is a villain, let's find the villain. There certainly are villains, but that shouldn't be the a priori assumption that there's somebody out there and we got to get him.
At least you're being reasonable about it, and you're yes, we do. And we need something that's bonding as well. Like, what is the origin of religion? Is it you've come up with some rational device to prove that God exists? No, that's not the way origin.
To explain.
So I mean, he was definitely super Christian before, I'm pretty sure. But that is, I think, what he's going to lean on to show how he's not that terrible guy that he used to be.
Stuff that's already going on in the world, essentially. I think.
No, right? It's a way of congealing masses of people without force. You can't. You can only point a gun at someone and force someone to fight a battle for so long. What you really need to have is for them to want to fight the battle, for them to want you to be an authority, to want to die in fact, in order to accomplish something bigger than yourself.
I feel there
That's
has
the
to
origin
be.
of religion, and that's why we need it.
Yeah,
And
there has to
can't-
be a way to do it without enemies. I feel like it's funny because you bring this up, but I actually use this exact argument when I would fight against like race realist stuff in the past. That people,
Yeah, Harley says we don't have to fight. We have a natural desire to, but we also have awareness to know that we don't have to. Love that. Hey, we got Chester in the building, our resident Aussie. Welcome, welcome, welcome from down under. How you doing, brother? So let's take a look at the poll here. So far, most people are not remembering Richard Spencer. Let's go back real quick. We have a few more of you here. Let's see if you remember.
Neo-Nazis
This is where he got his start, and this is where the punch a Nazi meme started.
don't love me. They kind of hate me,
Following
actually.
the KKK, neo-Nazi.
Those people don't like me,
Are
to
you
be
like the
honest.
hipster version
Nobody liked Richard Spencer
of the neo-Nazi movement?
except new Nazis.
It's Pepe's become kind of a
This guy's coming in on the right-hand side. And so people saw that and they were like, oh yeah, I like that because I hate what this guy is saying. And therefore it is okay to punch him. And from even that back then, that was like maybe I want to say 2014, something like that. And even back then I was like, guys, this is not a good road to go down. The reason we don't like Nazis is because they treated people so horribly. So to do the same thing probably doesn't really accomplish anything. And then, of course, as Frankie's saying, there's no bravery there. You ran up, you sucker punched him, and ran away. You're not. There's no message there except you don't like Richard Spencer, and we already, most of us, didn't like Richard Spencer. So not only did that punch not, help anything, it made things way worse by that. In my opinion, that was the red line where it really crossed, where people were like, okay, it's all right to enact violence just because of political differences. And it was, large pundits who were like, yeah, punch a Nazi, they're Nazis, who cares? And look where we are now. Oh.
people would say things like, we need to get rid of all black and brown people. It needs to be only white people. It's like, okay, well, if we run this argument to its maximum, right? I don't like, first of all, if you had any group of white people to get rid of everybody else, don't you think at that point they're going to start looking at like, well, what percentage white are you, right? Because like, if you go to Europe, it's not just white and black people, especially if you go to something like, especially if you're in Scandinavia, right?
I want to slow this down because they're both fast talkers because so we might be here for a while because there's some good stuff in here. Frankie says my great uncle killed Nazis, but he used a knife in World War II. Well, that's the badass kind of killed Nazis, and those Nazis were actually in the process of hurting people. This guy was just standing on the street speaking his opinions. They were horrible opinions, but that's all he was doing. And there's a difference. That's why we would applaud people like Frankie's great uncle and not the guy in that video.
The Europeans have fucking ethnic eyes like I've never seen before. We're like, oh, that dude over there, he's like 37.5% Russian. I can tell because of his hairline. I'm like, the fuck? He's just a white guy to me. It all looks the same shit to me. But like, you start to see the
That's racist.
divisions more and more. And if you've got people that have made justifications for getting rid of people based on color of their skin, then why not like the Fuenteses next, right? Who are 25% Hispanic,
Right.
or why not people with like
Interesting.
brown eyes or brown hair? Like, where would that would the division ever truly stop? Because Jesus, like, go to like former like Yugoslavia. Like, you've got like so many similar types of people that are all trying to fucking kill each other like crazy. And it's like,
Well-
what are you guys
Well,
doing?
I agree, but you don't descend into that infinite regress because you're able to define an enemy and define an us.
Yeah, I
And-
know. I understand that. It feels
Yeah.
very 1984-ish because in that book, right, there has to be a constant enemy that you're waging war against because it gives you a forward direction. But can people grow out of that?
No.
Again, they're just talking about the enemy and who the enemy has to be, that we have to have an enemy that Richard Spencer is saying. And Destiny's like, I don't really think that is helpful or necessary.
They
but
have to
do
be
we-
able
do
to.
we want to? Do we want to?
Yes,
Because
we
it's,
do.
No, you don't. Because it's like resistance and struggle. You understand who you are. You know, I mean, I was not a great athlete at all, so I'm not bragging about the not so glorious days of my athletics. But like, I learned something about myself by playing on a football team and losing, and sometimes winning,
Sure.
and struggling against someone. And I wouldn't know who I was if I didn't do that. You need a resistance force and an opposition.
Right, but that resistance force and opposition doesn't necessarily need to be another person. It can be. And we happen to live in a society where there are people who may deserve to be opposed. But the assumption that that is necessary is where I think his mistake is.
In order for some kind of synthesis to develop of a real identity.
So I agree 1,000,000%. I'm having an interesting. So I've been streaming for 12 years. I've been on the internet for a long time, and I've identified like trends with my content. And we go through big upswings where we've got a lot of viewership, a lot of crazy stuff, and then we go through downswings where it's a little bit more boring. And a conversation that my communities have right now that I figured out is that like my content is
Definitely a
at its
downswing
best
right now.
when I have opposition.
Right.
Like I can cover a story, I can do political research, and that's okay. But when there are people opposing me to fight against, it becomes a million times more interesting. Like I think I carried like 13,000 viewers doing like a 6-day research stream on like the new Pearl Harbor. It was like a 5-hour 9/11 documentary, and it's because people were really hyped up for me to debate Nick Fuentes and Sneeko after watching it. And I noticed that like having that oppositional figure drives so much of my political content.
That's true, and I remember that. But even I think where he's going to go is that even though Sneeko and Nick Fuentes are opposition to Destiny in that context, they're not enemies. There's no animus between them. So there's opposition and there's enemies. And I think Spencer's saying that we need to identify. There are enemies. We need to identify and focus on our enemies. Whereas Destiny is taking a little bit more of a nuanced position and saying, I agree with the sentiment that you're saying, but that opposition doesn't need to necessarily be an enemy. Frank says it's always easier when you can use someone as a focal point. Yeah, I mean that I was trying to get somebody on the show tonight to have a conversation about whether or not we should have reparations, but that didn't come through. But maybe I'm gonna get him, and he's a black guy, so that should be interesting, but hopefully. But yeah, I mean, the idea is that even though he and I disagree on the notion of whether whether black people should get reparations for slavery, we're not enemies. We're friends, and that is exactly why we should be able to have those conversations, because we are both opposed and friendly. Ruined Leon, never heard of him. Let me send a DM and let him know who I am, and maybe we'll do a collab.
But it's hard to hold those oppositional figures because the relationships are very volatile.
Yep.
Because eventually
There you go.
feelings get hurt, somebody's ego gets bruised.
There you go.
Fuck you, I'm never talking to you again.
Mhm.
But one thing that
So that's exactly where I was going, is that if you have these people who are legitimately fighting and are legitimately your enemy, then you're not getting a lot done in that conversation. You're just trying to score points. You're trying to play to the audience as opposed to understand the other person and see if you can find middle ground with them.
I'm able to do, and I've met some people that can do this. Dick yesterday was a good example, is I love somebody that like we can fight, like fuck you, I hate you, this is horrible, fuck your ideas are shit, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end you're like, okay, and then we're done. We're done arguing, it's cool, we disagree, but like we're okay at the end of the day. We don't actually fucking hate each other.
Shout out to Chester! No, I'm just kidding, but only not really, because Chester and I often get into, join the Discord if you want to see it, we often get into very heated debates. But again, as I was just saying, I don't see him as an enemy. He doesn't see me as an enemy. The reason we get so heated is because we know that we're friends, and we know that we care about what each other thinks. It just happens to be different a lot of times, and not always, but that's another thing. Join Discord if you want to know more.
That's us, Destiny.
Yeah, well, maybe I haven't gotten there yet, but I wish that like more people were able to do that. And I noticed that like the drawing of the battle lines for the us versus them, like it's so crazy how my black history is horrible. So obviously I only know Martin Luther King and fucking Malcolm X because that's what every white person knows for the only two black people in all of fucking U.S. history. But it's so interesting how we went from all of the MLK shit, like, oh yeah, like we all need to come together and be cool people, whatever, to like, actually, we need to bring back segregation and have black only businesses with black customers and fuck white people. And it's like, what the fuck? What? How the fuck did we circle all the way back here where like there are like these people that are talking about like the critical race theory and like the very heavy like college anti-whiteness like lectures and shit that are now having like black only sessions where they're talking about like anti-blackness and shit, and it starts to feel like really segregated and weird. Like,
it is really segregated and weird. It's the exact same thing with feminism. That feminism has gone full circle now. And we just had, was it yesterday? 2 days ago was International Women's Day. And all of these women were saying, because of feminism, that trans women deserve to be included. And a lot of other, biological women don't like that because they're biological women and trans women are biological men. But it no longer matters. Feminism has gone full circle and has become legitimate misogyny. That what men want is more important than what women want. In that instance, that is misogyny. That's the only instance that I know of where you can go straight to feminism to find direct misogyny. And I just think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious.
I was reading through the Southern Poverty Law Center thing about Richard last night, which I can kind of assume probably hasn't been updated since like approximately 2016 because they
Nice, Frankie.
newer stuff. But I'm reading it, and it's like almost every quote that I'm seeing from you talking about your white identity or whatever is something that sounds eerily familiar to something I've heard Black people say in relatively mainstream circles in the last couple of years. So I don't know if maybe those statements seemed a little bit different in 2016, but viewed from today's light, it really, a large percentage of them didn't really seem all that shocking to me.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you have to think about where we were in 2016 and how the landscape has changed. That saying that there's only two genders in 2015 was just a sentence. And now it's a whole thing.
Well, I mean, that's true. I mean, look, there is a double standard in the sense of you can listen with sympathy to a Black person talking about identity and maybe even having some hatred of things like that. You can listen to that sympathetically, but a white person does it and there's just no sympathy.
Yeah, Harley says International Women's Day is a joke. Nobody can care or appreciate what women do because the majority of women don't do it anymore. Oh, snap. Going hard. She said it, not me, but I don't disagree.
You could talk about guns, you can talk about Christianity, you can talk about all these other things, but an actual white identity is something that we're just not allowed to talk about. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, maybe it's a good thing in a way, in the sense that whites do want to the best aspect of being white in a way is to try to transcend your mere material position. And
so clearly he's not completely out of this white people are better mentality. Clearly that's not where he's at. Despite loving Joe Biden, he's still that guy.
And to do something that's bigger, to do something that would almost bring people in, I think that's a very strong power in European history. So, I mean, and on some level, this double standard is kind of a good thing. I mean,
and I will say too, also like on that back, because I can't let you say all that and not say anything because my fan base is gonna hate me. but truly, like the issue that I have is that like there is a difference between like white pride and Black pride. Like if we're honest, the histories between these two things are different, and generally the sentiments behind them are different. Right?
What is
like,
the difference?
What is the difference? What is the difference? I am not, I mean, you guys know me, but obviously there's a difference between having pride in your being a Black person and having pride in being a white person. There's a difference between being proud of your heritage, your Italian, Irish, English, whatever. But you don't get the you don't get any credit. There's nothing inherent about whiteness that is cultural. Chester disagrees. Chester says there is no difference. All right, let's see what Destiny has to say.
I think the difference is that generally white people are pretty okay in the United States on the qualification of being white. Now there are poor white people, but their lives aren't fucked because they're white. They're fucked because they're poor. Or there might be white people.
That's the same with Black people. There's no Black people whose lives are effed because they're Black. It's other factors
that are addicted to drugs, but their lives aren't fucked because they're white. They're fucked because they're hooked to opiates. Whereas for Black people, African Americans specifically, descendants of slaves, a lot of their lives today are still a little bit fucked, not because their parents were poor, or their grandparents were poor, but because there were racial policies in the United States from '64 and earlier that actually like racially impacted people. So I'm very empathetic.
So you only get to have.
Hey, we got indie film in the building. What is good? What is good? Come on, man. We've covered enough Destiny to know that he's one of the good ones. He's one of the good ones. And, sitting across from a self-avowed white nationalist, Nazi, neo-Nazi, whatever, maybe want to hold on to that a little bit. Chester said Destiny is really talking ish. He doesn't know what he's saying. I disagree. Frank says white people refers, historically speaking, to Anglo-Saxons, Central Germanic and Frankish people, and non-Finnish Scandinavians. Okay, fair enough. I thought it referred to people who have white skin, but whatever. Incredible. Hey, we got 2B artistry in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome, girl. Another awesome YouTuber. Just getting her started doing some amazing art. I just dropped the link to her channel in the chat. Please do go check her out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I feel like that is very all of us. I don't know what that means, but go check her out. She don't talk. She does art. That's all good. I'm just messing with you. Frankie says white does not include Slavs, Italians, Sicilians, French, Hispanics, and Turks. That's just not true. That's just not true. Because you can take a Slav like Luke from what is it? Luke Uncensored. We Are Change. There we go. You take Luke from We Are Change, who was on Timcast, who's Slavic. You can take any Italian person. Sicilians are Italian. You can take any French person. Spanish, maybe. And then Turks might be more in Middle Eastern. But when we use this term white, nobody is white like this piece of paper. Nobody is white like this piece of paper. This is a social construct that we've made up. That whereas black people, it has to do with the color of your skin, and now you're trying to say that white doesn't have to do with the color of your skin. It has to do with where you come from, and that's just not the way that people use it. This is the exact argument I was having on stream on TSP yesterday about the word woke. And Dr. Evil Genius was saying, "Hey, I'm woke, but I'm the real woke." Where I'm aware of racial issues and this, that, and it has nothing to do with gay people, it has nothing to do with LGBT. I'm like, bro, that's just not how the word is used anymore. Maybe the dictionary definition says that, but words are only what they are used to the message that they're used to express. And when people say white people, they are not excluding these groups. Maybe Turks, but they are not excluding them. And so the idea that being white, not being one of these groups and not one of these groups, having what is considered white skin, doesn't have the culture that is anything to celebrate. And I think that it's just weird. Like, why do you need that? Why do you need that? That I just don't get. Fair enough. Holly says white people typically don't refer to themselves as white. White people refer to themselves on their heritage. African Americans are the only group to refer to their color. That is the difference. Absolutely. And yes, Frankie, I agree with you. But again, we're talking about how people use these terms. And so if you go out in whatever public square and you say white and then power, what do you think people are going to think that you mean? Obviously, they're not going to think that you're saying, oh, well, no, I'm not talking about the Slavs or the Italians or the Sicilians or the Turks. No, they're going to think that you're talking about people who have what we consider white skin.
Pride if you struggle. I mean, like,
I'm not saying you can
see,
only.
that is what you're saying.
Well, no. Hold on, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, like, I can understand people treating the things a bit differently.
Sure.
But the problem is that people take it a little bit too far, and instead of saying like, well, hold on, I think that there needs to be a special, unique place for Black people to talk about their place in the U.S. and the history in the U.S. That evolved into fuck white people. They can't talk about anything related to whiteness, and now we're only going to talk about Black issues. And if you even dare challenge that, you're racist. Like, that evolution is very toxic, and I think that change is what is like destroyed so many of the conversations. Thinking back like to the phrase like it's okay to be white. Like
I love how Chester thinks that he's like the ultimate authority on American politics. Have you ever been to America, bro? Come on.
Response to that should have just, or like White Lives Matter. The response to that should have just been like, yeah, they do. But like, that's not what we're talking about right now. And like, that's it. Instead of like, no, you can't say that. That's hateful. Like, why fight against that? Like, it's so stupid.
Right. I didn't quite follow you there at the end. I mean, there is also a kind of double standard of when, someone has Irish pride or something like that. It's like, oh, that's so cool and beautiful and poetic and things like that. Someone says they have German pride and people have a little bit of a different opinion, or Russian pride.
Exactly.
Because it's bigger and stronger
Exactly.
and more powerful and can actually affect the world, unlike.
Well, I don't know what he's saying about affecting the world, but the difference of saying, having pride in being white versus having pride in being Russian or any of these other things, they're very different things. And there's a reason for that, just as Harley said.
I don't know, Irish Catholic nationalism or something like that. But you can't just say, okay, it's good if it's weak and it's bad if it's strong. I mean, it's a natural human tendency to want to be a part of a bigger tribe, something bigger than yourself, civilization even. And so it can't just be justified if people are not politically powerful.
Yeah, it's going to depend on the type of movement you're in and like where you're coming from. Like, because,
well, I hate to break this to you, bro, but these are two Americans talking about American politics. So if you want to have a conversation about geopolitics and all of that, then that's great, but that's not really what we're doing. So for you to come in and say that out of context and expect everybody to understand that you're not talking about what we're talking about, kind of means, you don't really know what's going on, but that's all right.
Realistically, like when somebody says white pride, I don't really know, like white people as a group historically, it's hard to know what that means. Like, if you talk about, like, German people, Russian people, Irish people, like there are achievements and things that you can give to specific nationalities, specific ethnicities, things in the past. But it feels like when people talk about like white as an overarching group, at least in my mind, the only thing I think of is slavery. Because I'm like, what did white people do versus like black people?
Or you think it's almost too generic and
yes,
that's the issue.
Hey, early sponsor of the stream. What is good? What is good? Morty, come here. Thank you so much. Indie Film says, I'm the king of the interwebs. Go, Marley. Marty, come here. Let's go. You're holding up the show. There we go. Yep. Hey, there you go. Let's give a high five for Indie Film. There you go. Thank you so much. Hey. I knew what you meant. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciated from me and Morty.
And then when somebody appeals to something,
what does it mean? You go to Target as opposed to the dollar store? You're white or something?
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Whereas I think and then there's a slight difference too, because when you talk about like African American culture, there was a unifying culture between descendants of slaves, because a lot of them can't even point back to the countries they're from, and so their culture basically starts at my great granddaddy was a slave, and that's all I have, and here's the culture that I was thrust into, that was thrust upon me, and then this is what we created out of that.
Can anybody disagree with that? Can anybody disagree with that? Why that is more of a reason that it's okay and it's acceptable to talk about black pride than white pride? Seems pretty simple to me, but if you guys have an argument against that, I'm willing to hear it.
And so I'm more sympathetic to, I understand why some people are like, I have African American pride, but it feels a little bit different. It's like, I have white pride. It's like, okay, well, you can go to Ellis Island, you can see like exactly where your family came from. Like your pride is going to be a little bit more ethnically precise than that. And when you say white pride, it feels a little bit strange.
Mm-hmm.
I get what you're saying, and I'm being sympathetic towards it. I have many of the same criticisms. One of the criticisms that I do agree with that you hear from the left is, they'll show some image of some, fatso screaming white pride or yelling at someone, and they'll be like, this is the white supremacist, And then there's also that other kind of question of like, what are you actually standing for? What do you want?
Yeah.
I think that was a major question, the why question about the alt-right and why it failed. And
absolutely. So if you can answer the question as to why there is a reason to, be so outward, like why you need other people to know that you have pride in your whiteness, not your heritage, your whiteness. Let's hear what he has to say.
It's kind of part of the past now. Is because it couldn't answer. There was no like actual spiritual core to what whiteness is.
Which
I think that's
so
very
many
true.
movements.
There's no actual spiritual core to what whiteness is. There is no spiritual core to what whiteness is. It is simply the amount of melanin you have in your body. That is the difference.
governments have that issue. Remember Occupy
Yeah.
Wall Street? What the
Yes.
fuck did they want? That was a huge fervor, and it came and it went, and like, what the fuck did you guys want? Or BLM and the riots and the police, like, what did you guys want? To abolish policing? They tried that as a place, it didn't work. Like, what did you guys want? The alt-right, Charlottesville, everything. What do you guys want? And it's like more Christianity, Catholicism, not that. What more? Like what? Like, yeah, there's an issue with a lot of misdirected anger today.
That's a 1,000% on point. The fact that people will be angry at stuff and be protesting against stuff, but have no solutions. It's good to be understanding of the issues that we're facing. It's good to get up and stand for something, but you have to have your messaging on point. This is something I said from the very beginning with Black Lives Matter. I wasn't really paying attention to politics and stuff like that in the when Occupy Wall Street was going around. I think that was at the beginning, at least a little bit more organized, but exactly. It's like, what is it that you would like to happen from here? We agree that what you are protesting is a problem. Okay, now what?
Where it's like, channel it on something and figure out a policy or something to rally by. Fuck it, give me legalize like marijuana or
Yeah,
something, but find something that you want to champion.
Well,
Otherwise,
that's because America isn't offering that anymore. So when you think about, okay, I mean, I'll do two things real quick. So just, be a little patient.
So any film says, yes, I will disagree. I, as a generic Irish Italian dude, was never taught or was focused on my great-great-grandfather, who I recently found out, by the way, lost a leg fighting to free the slaves. I mean, okay, but taught by who? What are you disagreeing with? Because then you would have Irish Italian pride. The things that he did, losing that leg to free the slaves, was not about him being white. It was about him being American. So you can have American pride, and that's all well and good. I would hope that we all have American pride. But he didn't do that simply because he was white. Did he? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he was like, well, if I was, if I wasn't Irish and like somebody else just said, Italians don't count. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? What does this have to do with the whiteness of your skin having something to do with pride? Right, so the problem is most people do not stand for anything once they finished hitting the share button. Yup. Irish were conscripts, unpaid soldiers. Good to know. Good to know.
So there is a white identity to the United States.
Is there though? What is the white identity besides stereotypes of other races that white people do? I grew up I've never had more than a few friends who were Indian in the group. Hung out with a lot of, other people, but a significant a portion of my friends throughout my childhood and adulthood were white. And there was nothing about their whiteness that was an underlying thread with any of them. So I just don't understand what it is that you are so proud of with the whiteness. There's definitely stuff to be proud of here, but what does it have to do with whiteness? Hey, we got Lee in the building. Welcome to the party. Says, is pride not a sin? I find pride in your ethnicity tribalistic. I wouldn't take it that far. Certainly because I don't believe in sin, but I think that pride in positive things, whatever that may be, is fine. It just it seems like when you're trying to grasp on white pride, it's a substitute for something. It's a what's the word? Compensation. It's a compensation of some sort. Like, I don't understand. What is it that you are, what is it that you are gaining by expressing this white pride? I don't get it. Frank says, yes, there is a white identity to the U.S. We could sit here for hours going over it, but the default setting is Anglo. Okay, fair enough.
That is, I would say, overwhelmingly Protestant and overwhelmingly
go, Lee.
Anglo. And there were a lot of nativist battles against, bringing in Italians and Central Europeans and so on in the 19th century. From the Immigration Act of 1924 and let's say up to the 60s, I think and this was also coming after the progressive reforms that did a lot of great things, in my opinion. But anyway, I think there was a pretty coherent white American public.
Which was like, give me the. I'm always willing to be wrong. Give me the things that are specific to people who have white skin and all people who have white skin that are not about their ethnic heritage. I love what Lee says here. I'm proud of the things I accomplished, not how I was born. That's how it should be, in my personal opinion. I agree with Lee 100%. But if you disagree, again, I'm here for it. Let me know what you think, and maybe you'll change my mind on air, and I'll go, wow, I was so wrong. Doesn't happen very often, but give it a shot.
It was perhaps fleeting. It was kind of more Christian than Protestant, more European than Anglo-Saxon.
If you ask a person, if you ask a black person what their black identity, what black pride, what their black culture is, they're not going to bring up other groups of people. They're going to talk about their experiences, their families, their traditions, their music, their whatever. Every time it's been brought back to Spencer to talk about what exactly is there to have pride in for being white, we're going to Christians and Protestants and Anglo-Saxons, and then we're going to Irish, and we're going. This is the point. Have pride in that which deserves pride. Being white is not something to be proud of. It's certainly not something to be ashamed of. And it absolutely is okay to be white. Just in case anybody's confused about where I stand on that. But what is it that you are proud of? What did all white people do?
But it was a real thing.
Was
but
it
I
though?
also think that like grasping onto that, holding on to it is kind of clinging to the past.
Yeah, I agree with you, Indie Film. I don't like when people separate Christian from the subsets of Christian. People will say like, well, I'm not Christian, I'm Catholic.
What?
Excuse me, sir. That's like saying, I'm not a New Jerseyan, I'm an American. Oh, wrong one. Well, sorry, but like, what do you mean? You can't be from New Jersey if you're not from America. That's not how that works. I don't know. I don't get it. A lot of people do it.
We've moved beyond that period of time. It was a great time in many ways. It was a bad time if you were African American, or not so bad, but bad in many ways if you're an African.
Chinese, or depending on where you were.
I get it. But
hey, we got Just Talk About It in the building. What is good? What is good? All right, well, when she's back, let me know when you're back, and we'll say hello. Glad to have you.
But it was something, and I think that was probably the essence of the Make America Great Again notion. It was about, again, going back to the past, rehearsing something.
But was it about going back to anything that had to do with skin color? Did it have to do with anything that was about whiteness? Or did it have to do with prosperity that existed among different groups of white people, as well as black people, Latinos, who there was a bustling middle class? That's what MAGA is about. It has nothing to do with whiteness. Some people have certainly turned it into that. But even from the jump, when I hated Trump, it was pretty obvious to me, like, people, well, when was America great? Great for who? Like, well, like, what do you mean? It was great for a lot of people who worked minimum wage jobs. And, I had a two-parent household. The dad worked a minimum wage job, or barely over, and we're able to buy a house and go on vacation, all that stuff. That was great. I would like that again, please.
But I think the main thing is that America is not able to offer any overarching, coherent vision that's attractive, that's irrational, even, that's exciting, Dionysian. And thus, we're kind of retreating into this like fragmented societies of BLM angst, alt-right angst, Fuentes yay angst, screw the patriarchy angst.
Patriarchy or patriarchy?
They're probably literally screwing the patriarchy. That's anyway, because we're not offering anything. When John Winthrop, before he even set foot on this soil, he had an idea of what America was. It was this New Jerusalem concept. It was a highly fundamentalist, puritanical notion.
All right, I'll give
one
him
that
that.
I don't resonate with, to be honest.
I said, shit, me neither.
But it was something. He defined it even before he was here. We've had various ways in the Cold War. I mean, I have this article I'm going to publish, but it's about how U2 kind of predicted the Cold War, or
U2, the
Cold
band?
War in some crazy way. Though we're torn in two, we can be one. They
Wait, U2, the band, predicted the Cold War? Is that what he just said?
sang that in 1983 before 1989, 91, and everything changed. And so they were imagining some vision that you wanted to come be a part of. And I think for Bono and U2 is actually deeply
Okay.
Christian. This
I
is
guess so.
and there has to be something there, or we are going to fragment into things like BLM and the alt-right.
So here, this is something also that that I kind of think in terms of. So earlier I alluded to this idea that I feel like the idea of a unified America was a bit illusory. I feel like we felt that way, or we feel like in the past it was that way. So Adam, when you talk about like hip hop and you talk about like rappers, I feel like one thing that's really important for a lot of these guys, a lot of kind of middle class America, and I feel like people have lost is where you're from.
Oh yeah,
It's
huge.
yeah, but I think that
Absolutely.
I feel like in the United States, I feel like we used to be a lot more local, but again, because of the
All
internet,
right, so now they started out and they were speaking in a mile a minute.
I think something happened to where now the
There
only
we
thing
go.
everybody knows,
Let's get the
Marjorie
juice
Taylor
flowing.
Greene. Everybody knows, like if you ask like a fucking conservative in Wyoming or Montana or whatever, like
Yes.
which politician do you hate the most? They're going to talk to you
Demonetized.
about like people from the House of Representatives in New York.
Yes.
They're going to talk to you about people that have no impact on their lives whatsoever.
Right.
And I think that there's an illusion I think that's created in the past America where everybody's involved in their own communities and their own churches and their own unions and their own local politics scene, and you feel like you're kind of a unified America, even though this community and this community might feel totally fucking different about things, but in their own communities, they've achieved some sort of equilibrium where they feel comfortable and confident. But now,
Okay.
fuck local politics. Everybody's on this national level.
Mhm.
And no way can you get 340 million people to all feel the same about fucking anything.
But in a
So this is kind of what he was talking about earlier in the part that we skipped, where he was saying that we're not built for the amount of information that comes at us, and he's making the same point here.
weird way where we all do feel the same. It's kind of both, because like a rancher in Wyoming, because he's on social media to some degree, is going to be like, those BLM riots, they're burning down cities, like Antifa's coming from, and it's like, listen, let me, as someone who was assaulted by Antifa, I can tell you, like, they are not coming to rural Montana. Like, just
Sure.
to let you know.
But I mean, on that
we're
same
all
thing, though-
we're brought together in this kind of incredible way.
Yeah, but in like but in a horrible way.
Well,
Because
for
the reality
sure.
is that like if you were to poll a ton of like this is something, oh my god, my mind, I changed so many opinions on politics when I realized this, is if you're trying to figure out what Americans feel like, first of all, get rid of the idea of Americans, number one. And number two, stop looking at national polling data, because we don't vote national at anything. We vote for our representatives, we vote for our senators, and then we vote within our states for things. And when you start looking more granularly at American opinion, you start to realize more why things are the way they are. You might
I don't know if I agree with that, because yes, the people who vote locally, but most people don't vote locally at all. Most people only vote in the general election for the president. So I mean, and then the general discussion around politics that people have is always on the federal level. This is AOC is a perfect example of this. That she got so much support around the country that even though people in her district don't really love her, she's not going anywhere anytime soon, because she has so much funding from people that have nothing to do with what she does. And again, because people don't understand things, she can talk about, I'm going to do this for you. Like, honey, that's not your job. You're working for the federal government. That's not even what we're doing here. Yeah, definitely. I'm waiting for that day. I'm waiting for that day. I mean, although I don't know if you guys seen, there was like a 200-person like mob that descended on some police. I didn't see the whole story, but I've seen some pictures, and there was a mob of 150 people with fire bombs and Molotov cocktails. They were firing at police, and it was in a rural area. So one thing you can't take away from leftists is their ability to come together and organize while they have no jobs.
might think like, well, 52% of Americans support the legalization of marijuana or prostitution or gun control or whatever. But when you look state by state, you're like, okay, hold on, this breaks down way differently depending on where you're looking at things.
And those conversations happen in the context of federalism. Those conversations don't happen in the context of Morty, get out of there. Out. No. He's about to rip my whole thing down. When people are talking about, let's say, the legalization of cannabis, they're not talking about how we need to go to our local government and do this, that, and the other. What they talk about is the reasons why it should be legal, and that gets to because it's on social media that everybody has access to. That's the context in which these conversations happen.
But that's changing.
But we're trying to force.
Is happening.
It might be, but the problem is we're trying to force our national views on everything, where we still have a system, whether we like it or even acknowledge it, that still very much works on the local level. I think BLM and policing is a really good example. We tried to come together as a country and make strong statements on policing, but policing is decided by your mayor. These are your most local elections. Obama's not going to fucking save you from a bad cop. Trump's not going to do shit about an unfair prosecution. But we all
They wouldn't if they could.
We're looking and obsessing at that national level, and then nobody looks at their local communities. And now we're like, well, I feel like we don't get along like we ever did before. It's like, I don't know if anybody from New York City in the year 1892 would have gotten along with somebody from, some rural place, some rancher in Texas, but it felt like they did because they never talked to each other. They never had the opportunity to be exposed to each other.
Let me try to bring some of these things together, because you're bringing up some very important topics. So America has never been a coherent nation, and it's never been a nation state at all. It has always been an empire in some degree or another.
Sure.
So there's actually a thinker who's out of favor now, who I think is a genius, Frederick Jackson Turner, with this notion of the frontier. So in European languages, if you're, let's say, a Prussian and you have the word frontier,
it's the caption said oppression, but he said if you are a Prussian. So before there was I don't even remember where what city states or nations or whatever, but Prussia was a place in World War I.
That means border. That means you've got to face off against the Russian Empire, France, some naval invasion, all that kind of stuff. In America, frontier means the opposite. It means endless open space, which we had. You can just go out there and make a new world, and if you can survive, you're it. And we actually went downward in terms of civilization. So in Boston, you're riding trolley cars and reading the Gospels, and you start to go out into the wilderness and you're rowing a canoe and reading the Old Testament. So we've almost like gone backwards as you go out into the frontier. So and you can see this despite progressives who kind of FDR as well kind of nationalized many things, made us more of a European coherent nation. That's not who we are. We do have a kind of outmoded political system on some level. It's at very least not a political system conducive to a nation state.
Sure.
We'll never be Finland.
A coherent, singular identity. Yeah.
Right.
But that's kind of what I wonder when we talk about like.
Well, isn't that a good thing though? It sounds like he's complaining, but that sounds like a good thing to me.
And the irony of it is that we are being nationalized. I agree. A guy in Maine or a guy in Wyoming who are both kind of right wing types. They both hate AOC and think she's going to go take their guns or whatever. So it's like we're going through all of these forces, and I think there's also the contradiction between the ability to deal with domestic issues and then America's identity as a global empire. Like since 1944 at the very least, and probably before that, we've set the terms for the world. The world cannot function without us and the dollar. And I'm not just saying this is some wild
or
American
would function in a very different
jingoist.
way. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it would be horrible if this thing went down. All of these Ron Paul types or tankies or liberals saying, like in the American empire or whatever, they don't know what that will actually entail and a lot of horrors that would entail. So America's always been this frontier in this sense of expansion and globalism.
Manifest destiny, baby.
Between like domestic affairs and our obligations as imperialists. You hear this with Hawley of, we need a party about East Palestine and not a party about the globalist in Ukraine or something. Well, actually, as an American,
we need both.
Obviously you need both, to some degree. But as an American, you actually do need to think about Ukrainians, and not just out of sympathy, which I definitely have, but out of the fact that you have an imperial obligation to think about them.
I agree. We have we have to think about them. I don't agree that we have to have sympathy for them, and we can have sympathy for them. But giving our money away when we have people in East Palestine who need that money, nah.
And I think it's like one of the kind of contradictions of populism is, in some ways Trump was an expression of the decline of America, not necessarily through his actions, but through his rhetoric of like, come home, take care of ourselves, let's spend money on ourselves.
I would say even the idea that he ran for president and wasn't laughed out of the realm. I mean, as much as he was laughed out, he wasn't laughed out of the political realm because of what he's talking about. Not just what he did, but his existence in the political realm at all.
You know, Americans are dreamers. No more immigration. Build a wall. All of these things are kind of like on
The
some level
shriveling of an
retreats.
insect, the dying of like
Yeah. And even Trump, when he was a better version of Trump in the 80s, when he was on Larry King or whatever, he was still kind of like that. This nationalism of kind of bringing things in. It might have something to do with the fact that he came from Manhattan. It's this kind of like pitched battle.
Yeah, but I mean, like, look at his investments. The guy spends money and makes money like all over the world too, right? Like,
no
Facts.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question.
Facts.
I think in terms of what you're talking about, the thing that I guess I'd like to appeal to, I guess circling back to what I said before, is it feels like we're so divided today. But in 1950, like how often was like a Jewish guy from New York debating a guy that lives in like fucking New Mexico?
Right.
It's
Oh, Frankie D's got to run. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. We really do appreciate it. And you have a good one.
never happening. So the division might have existed, but we didn't see it because those people weren't brought together. But now we've taken this version of the American experiment. We've got so many different people living in our country, which we've made work, and that's awesome. But now we're like bashing heads on everything. And I guess it feels so fucking lame because it feels like such a lib cuck thing to say. But I feel like at the end of the day, what we have to appeal to is America has only worked so far, and it will only continue to work if you can accept that some of the people living in your country are Nazis, and some of the people living in your country fucking hate white people and want them to die. And it sucks, but as long as they're not calling for either side to be killed, you have to accept that these people are all going to live here, and the country has to function.
But the non-aggression principle is
Yep.
not enough. Like I
Isn't it though?
agree that that's reasonable and that we could kind of get along and maybe even kind of laugh at each other. I think there's something to be said even for like the friendliness that comes from like telling an anti-Italian joke with your Italian friend. Like you're kind of making fun of them, but in a way you're kind of both being human in a way. So I get that, but it's
I
not
agree with
enough.
that.
There has to be an overarching meaning of what it means to be an American. America is an ideological nation, just like the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was able to coherently do that. They attracted the minds.
But they didn't.
But
That's why they
because
fell
lost
apart,
it.
right? Yeah.
Right, but
Well, they fell apart, but they still had an identity before that. And they were just talking about the parallel of the American empire falling. And America did have an identity about, having liberty above all and the American dream that you can, do whatever. But that is absolutely falling apart.
they lost it.
But I think because
and
part
they
of the
collapsed immediately.
but
when
part
they
of the
lost that
pursuit of that,
legitimacy.
part of the pursuit,
So what he is saying, and what he's saying is that the Soviet Union had that identity, and once they lost that identity, that's when they fell. And so, as Americans, when we have that identity, that American identity, that's not gatekept by the church, that's not dictated on high by the establishment, the Democratic politicians and the Republicans, ones who are just there to suck them off, if I may, then that's how we will lose our empire.
pursuit of that though was like the hardcore Russification of all of the little territories and states that they took over. And I think that's part of why it wasn't like the Soviet Union naturally grew and expanded as it, expanded its empire and its ideology. A lot of it was literally like, half of you guys died from a famine. We're going to go ahead and ship 2 million Russians down to Ukraine. We're going to go ahead and take over all of your governments in Lithuania, Estonia. We're going to go ahead and do that. And so of course, over time, like the people never felt like they truly had to buy into the Soviet Union. They were
But as Chester said last night, conquer or be conquered. That is human nature. That is always how it's been. And now we live in this cushy world where we're like, oh, we want to be nice to each other. We don't want to be mean, and we want to be sympathetic, and we want to make sure everybody is so comfortable and has an iPhone. We're still in that same conquer or be conquered world.
We're just kind of like subjugated by the Soviet Union. It's like, okay, well, we're here until the Soviet Union falls apart, and now we're fucking leaving immediately, which I think happened when the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union collapsed.
that's true to a great extent. There was also a kind of nation building thing of creating nations that didn't exist, giving them national poets. There's kind of countervailing forces, and obviously when they were invaded by the National Socialist Army, there was a call in the motherland and all that kind of stuff. Russian nationalism. Russians are kind of more
Nazis.
Oh, and to your point, Russians still define themselves largely as we beat Nazis, and that's like their calling, their unifying calling card. Yeah,
it's almost that negative identity that you almost see against with Americans as well, where it's like liberalism can't assert anything, so it becomes this kind of donut or bagel with a hole in it. So you can't,
everything. What is it? Everything, everywhere, all at once. This is exactly what that movie was about. If you didn't know,
can't really define like this is what it means to be a man in America right now. This is what it really means. Not don't give me the non-aggression principle or I'm tolerant or whatever. This is what it means that my life has meaning. America isn't offering that. It's this liberalism is this kind of donut where there's an empty center and that it can't assert anything.
And wouldn't it be so amazing for Christians and non-believers and Muslims and everybody alike to fill that donut hole with the values that you already have and most non-religious people already live by not gatekeeping, by saying you have to believe in a thing in order to live out these values. Then all these people who are like, okay, well, I don't believe in that thing, so I'm just going to go and listen to the government. Your choice.
And I think if anything, there's like Hitler in the center,
So
because
what
you can define something of I'm not Hitler.
So, yeah,
basically,
so-
it's like liberal morality. That sucks, and that will collapse. And I think the Soviet example is very interesting in this regard. You can't just define yourself on the basis of we beat the Nazis.
So what does the so I still reject this. I hope I'm idealistic because I would hope that we can do something that doesn't require a common enemy. But like if it had to be one, like what would it be?
Islam could play that role.
Haram!
I think
Haram!
That won't work anymore, actually, because now all these
Haram!
fucking conservative simps. It's so goddamn funny because 4 years ago, I fought against so many conservatives who were like, I think that women are sluts and they should do this. I'm like, listen, bro. And I'd say this is a trigger. It kind of sounds like you're talking about Sharia law. I'm like, no, we don't mean that. We would never do that. Blah, blah. But now you've got all these fucking
They're
hate
coming
fans.
together,
Yeah, like actually, Muslims are pretty fucking based. Women can't drive. They're not allowed to have a say politically sometimes. Like they have to stay in the house. Like, I don't know. Maybe Tate was right when he confronted. I was like, what the fuck? You guys, like 5 years late to the show. So I don't even know if you could get conservatives on that one. But
That's just facts. It's crazy to me to see people like Andrew Tate who have lived the life of Andrew Tate and then be like, oh, but well, now I'm super religious and I don't believe in any of those things that you all follow me for, but I still kind of believe in them, but I don't. But then what are we doing? Hey, we got Ziggas, or Zigs for short, but Mr. Zig, if you fancy, I'm going to call you Mr. Zig. I love it. I like it. There's a founder. I don't know if he calls himself the founder, but the alt-right became a thing in the lexicon because of, I'll just show it again since it's so short and we were right here. This happened 6 years ago. 6 years ago, the alt-right wasn't really a thing.
Nazis don't love me. They kind of hate
And then
me.
this happened.
KKK, neo-Nazi.
Those people don't like me,
Are
to
you
be
like the
honest.
hipster version of the neo-Nazi movement?
It's Pepe's become kind of a
And then this guy comes in on the side of the screen and starts a meme, punch a Nazi. So all the people who were considered Nazis, even though Richard Spencer absolutely was a neo-Nazi, all the people who were now called Nazis, remember, before transphobic was the buzzword, before racism was the buzzword again, it was everybody's a Nazi. And so punch a Nazi started there. Welcome to the party, Mr. Ziggs.
You can't now. I think Andrew Tate phenomenon is actually incredible because he's the biggest man slut on earth on one direction. He's
gambling,
also-
haram shit.
Right. He's
runs
a
casinos.
criminal on another direction. He is a
Haram!
Muslim on another direction, and a masculinity icon. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. But so I don't think the Islam thing will work, although that was tried to some extent. But I think Russia as a big bad enemy is a positive
Yeah, the
manifestation,
alt-right.
and I think Putin could kind of serve that purpose. But there also has to be this assertion of who are we?
In opposition to whoever we fight
And,
against.
yeah,
right?
it's in opposition, but it's also an assertion. It's not an argument, and it's not about tolerance, not about liberals. It's an assertion of identity. Identity is not an argument. Identity is an assertion,
Sure.
and that is what we need.
Is there any common ground that really stands out to you in terms of Americans, like stuff that we really can agree on? Because it is hard to find almost anything.
I don't think so, actually. And this is always my biggest argument against Fuentes, because and anytime I would debate somebody on the very far right, it's like, we need to defend our Eurocentric, whatever, American identity. It's like, give me some common values between like the gayest dude in San Francisco and like a fucking farmer in rural Texas. And like, you just can't. And the reality is, like, I can point to countries around the world where conservatives are going to be way more aligned with like Saudi Arabian values versus like the Rainbow Road and fucking Seattle people's values or whatever. And the reality is that, like, yeah, it's really hard to find a unifying identity in the United States. And again, it's the gayest thing I've ever said, but like, I really do think it is all of the different opinions that we have here that still function under one system that makes us like truly unique as a country.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is the melting pot idea is, or should be, the American identity, or at least a big part of it. But so much of American politics has now become step in line with what we believe on both sides. And I would argue that the right has a little bit more wiggle room, but certainly you can't be in favor of trans surgeries. Not that I am, but you can't be in favor of anything that the right is against and still be considered on their team, and to a stronger degree, that absolutely is the case on the left, at least the far left. And it's sad because those differences is what are what make this country so much better, or did make this country so much better than other countries, is that we can have that. We can have those differences and coexist, but we're not really coexisting anymore. Mr. Zig says, Beyond Ladies, nicely grifted too. Yup. Holly says, well, yes, but there's also a big difference between Sharia law and Islam. True. But also kind of, I mean, the overwhelming majority of Muslims are in favor of Sharia law. So they are different things. But that's like saying there's a difference between being an American and loving liberty. Like, I mean, yes, that's true, but also kind of not really. They're different things, but they go hand in hand. Just so that's why we have separation of church and state. Yep, so that we are able to, from the jump, understand, okay, you believe something different, but as long as what you believe doesn't step on these ideas of what makes us American, we're all good. But we don't live like that anymore.
But I mean, maybe it's not enough. I don't know. Like, do you ever play PlayStation or Xbox or whatever?
No,
This
yeah.
fucking drove me crazy as a kid. You could never just play one or the other. You had to fucking hate the other group too. You ever notice that? It's like, oh yeah, I play PlayStation. It's like,
Super
true.
Nintendo and
Fuck
Genesis
Halo.
for me, but yeah.
Oh sure, yeah. Everybody.
I don't game. Is that true? Is that as true as it seems? I've definitely seen the Xbox versus PlayStation hate, but is it really that deep, or is that just like a meme kind of thing?
Combat 2 didn't have blood on the Super Nintendo, but it did on Genesis.
Oh.
So we were looking. I was a Super Nintendo guy too, and this was just an example.
Me too.
I had to get a fucking Game Genie if I wanted the blood to
put
be the
blood
right
in?
color. Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise it'd be green.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, my mom was not buying a Game Genie. And I remember there was a toggle in Mortal Kombat. You turned blood on or off, and when you turn it on, it was green.
Deeply offended.
But yeah, it feels like every time when you're in a fucking group, it's like, why can't you just fucking like yourselves? It happens a lot with the CRT and the anti-black stuff, where it's like, fuck white people. It's like, bro, why can't you just be happy for yourselves? Like, you really have to, or for white people and hating black people.
It's because we're animals. I don't. We're mammals, and that's why we do that. I mean, that's like the.
How? Oh, okay. Hold up. So I said liberty and the American identity go hand in hand. They are different, but they go hand in hand. And I would argue that the Constitution and Christianity do go hand in hand. That doesn't negate the separation of church and state, but absolutely the Constitution was built on Judeo-Christian values. So I guess we agree.
The simplest answer. But I'm not saying that we should do this like merely on tribalism or like, I hate my neighbors because they're, they root for a different football team or whatever. What I'm arguing for is there does need to be a bigger ideological assertion. And I think this might come in a way after we go through this period. I think Biden, he's managing things. It's just fine. But I think we're all kind of aware that we're kind of at the end of something.
Maybe.
And what's going to come out.
The fourth turning, guys. Weak men make bad times. We're heading into it if we're not there already.
After that, I think there are a lot of there are going to be some competing visions for a world order. Obviously, communism was a competing vision for world order. Fascism was a competing vision for world order. Islam can do that. It can function in that way. It has in the past, and it can create some discipline in society.
I feel like something that
it can, but it can also create self-deletion blower-uppers. So I'll take secularism, please.
sucks today. And maybe it was an artifact, or maybe it happened in the history too. I don't know. But it feels like everything today is so politicized that it's really, really, really hard that we can't take credit for sick shit that we do anymore. Like in '69, landing on the moon was really fucking cool. That must have been a really cool day to be an American when you're sitting down and you're watching TV and we fucking landed on the moon. That's awesome shit. But nowadays,
who believes that we landed on the moon? Who believes it was fake? Let me know. I'm not going to put a poll up. Let me know. What do you think about the moon?
it feels like every American invention is immediately claimed or castigated based on your political rivalry. So, for instance, and I might trigger you. I don't know where you guys stand on this. I personally think that the vaccination was like a fucking model success of fucking capitalism. That U.S. companies, through innovation and working with other companies around the fucking world, BioNTech in Germany, manufacturing in fucking Switzerland, we found a way to create an insanely sophisticated vaccine in like 8 months.
It should have been like.
I will stand here and say that I agree with every word he just said. It was amazing that they were able to do this. Now, not a short time because they knew it was coming. but it's the policies around it that he's probably about to get to that really that a lot of people had problems with. But the science involved in making that happen, that's pretty cool. Even if they knew that it was coming, even if they released the virus, even if they did all of that stuff, the fact that they were able to do that is an accomplishment. Whether it's for better or worse, it is an accomplishment. Jess thinks the moon landing is real. I think it was real as well. I think the footage was faked because, especially at that time, there is no way the U.S. would risk showing a failed Apollo mission. So I think they probably filmed something, and that's what people saw. But I don't think that that it was completely fake.
Like landing on the moon, right?
That's so cool, and it
like a
happened.
miracle.
Yeah, and Trump obviously wants credit, but like, no, that's political shit. Or I'll give the flip side, so I know a lot of right leaning people are triggered right now. I personally, and I fucking hate the guy because I think politically he's the most cringy fucking dude in the world. But
Fauci
with electric cars,
really? That's who's cringy? The most cringy dude? Hey, we got no freedoms in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome. So amazing that more and more people are having heart issues now. So amazing. Hello, Jesus Cat. He's right here for you. Waiting for them super chats. Welcome to the party, no freedoms.
Rockets are cool. That's fucking awesome. The first time you saw one of those fucking SpaceX rockets come back and land on the fucking planet, that was a sick.
Please stop saying the F word. I'm just trying to get ad money, bro. Please.
Shit in the world. And same thing with electric vehicles. I mean, we probably would have gotten there eventually, but no doubt, I don't even like Teslas that much because the build quality is iffy, but he did something really fucking cool with Teslas. There's charging stations all over the United States. Electric cars are being taken seriously. The car company is worth more like every fucking car company on the planet, but we can't give credit. And these are American inventions. SpaceX and Tesla and the vaccine, these are American things, but it's all like held politically hostage now. So you said before, we have to have like, we have to have domestic and international, but it feels like the international facing version is like, it's like two parents disciplining a child. Mom and dad can't provide a unified front when they're fighting with each other constantly.
Right.
And in the United States, when both sides are trying to tear each other the fuck apart, like how the fuck can we even present some kind of unified front to the rest of the world? You know?
Okay, but that's not a great example because inherently, I mean, I understand where it's coming from. Inherently, parents, all you have to worry about is that child. Whereas as Americans, we not only have to worry about domestic issues, but we have these geopolitical issues to worry about at the same time. So it's just way more complex than to compare it to parenting a child.
Now with Biden, we're talking about how we want to help Ukraine, we want to save them, we want to provide a strong American vision. And before under Trump, we were like, we want to disband NATO and fuck the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And we got people like Angela Merkel and the Australian Prime Minister and the Mexican president saying like, well, we can't rely on America for shit anymore. And yeah, we're like
Good. Stop trying to rely on us. We can't rely on America either.
schizophrenic in terms of domestic ideas. We hate each other so much that even when we accomplish good shit, we can't take credit for it. And it makes it impossible to provide like a unified vision of what America is and stands for to the rest of the world.
I agree. Yes. But I basically, that's why I'm suggesting.
I know, Mr. Zig, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through all of this, and they keep changing the speed that they're talking, but there's a lot here, so I do want to get through it. If it's too fast, like that you can't understand it, let me know. We could slow it down, but I do want to get through all of this, and I don't want to be here all night. So I think it's important that we get through a bit, but just let me know.
That we're kind of at the end of this era, because you do need to do that.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think we need to. Well, I think we need to do. I don't know if we're at the end of the era. We always find a way to keep going on, but
right.
A few publications were predicting like a vibe switch coming soon, and I think that was probably largely in terms of the arts or just people's overall disposition. But it does feel like the world as a whole is kind of growing tired of this sort of constant infighting.
Vibe switch.
And it does seem like there's got to be something on the other side of it, but nobody's really sure how that could possibly manifest itself at this point.
Because yeah,
I hope so.
Fucking political pundits. We feed into each other what the media does and what people want. Like media wants to blame people for being stupid. People want to blame the media, even though they keep watching it. There has to start to be, there needs to be conscious decisions. I think it has to come from media first. And when I say media, I include alternative media as well. So people like you and me, you have to make the conscious decision to start to bridge gaps, right? You can do partisan content for your entire life, but you are fucking evil and you're destroying the country when you do that. When you do hyper partisan content, you are saying that like, we are different from these people on a fundamental level. They're evil, we're good, and we're going to fight that fight and advocate for a fucking national divorce or whatever some people are fighting for. It's like,
well, hold on. Those are two different things. Saying that we're the good people and they're the bad people is one thing. Saying that the best path forward because of, the entire landscape moving forward being a national divorce, those are not the same thing. That's a conflation of two different ideas. Just because you're for a national divorce doesn't mean that you are saying that other people are horrible. You're saying that those people live and think so differently that it doesn't make sense for us to be under the same banner. And y'all can keep America. We'll be America too. I don't care. I'll be America part 2. I just want a world where everything isn't woke, where you can speak freely and all the stuff that you could do in 2015 that you can't do anymore.
No, fuck you. We're Americans. You need to be able to talk to the guy that either wears a hood or wears a black fucking hoodie and wants to kill cops or whatever. You have to be able to bring these people together and talk. And if you're not willing to do that, you are actively contributing to the destruction of the country.
I'm willing to do that. Destiny is willing to do that. A lot of you are probably willing to do that. But how many Americans are willing to do that? And so to say that you got to do better when they're not going to do better, that's where, I mean, just in a regular divorce within marriage, you're never going to get a marriage. I know they haven't said anything else, bro. You got to wait. They, you have to try to make it work. But if it's not working, then just staying together and ruining your lives. And then if you have children involved, it's just not the same thing, bro. It's just not the same thing. Exactly, Jess. We can't have it all.
I totally agree. And I think there is space for someone who can lean out of polarization, because right now the most successful politicians just lean into it so hard and it just becomes nasty and meaningless. And there is a space, but again, it's like kind of an empty space, because I don't know, Biden hasn't quite successfully done that, even though he tried.
I give him credit
maybe
for it,
just due to his age, basically. Is why he isn't successful, but also why he tried, because he can remember kind of back then.
Yeah, well, because he was a senator
I don't think he can remember what he had for breakfast
for like fucking 7,000 fucking years, right? And yeah, he's talked to his work with.
Yeah, he's also like, me and these segregationists, we used to get things done over in
They
Washington.
did.
We
Yeah,
go to the
sure.
old Epic Grill and have a liquid lunch, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so I mean, that's who he is.
Hey, just talk about it. Thank you so much. Let's pull this down and give a full view. Marty, you got one. There you go. Say thank you so much to Jess. Thank you again. Really do appreciate it.
I think Trump at his best kind of tried that.
I wish he talked about it. There were so many fucking people on the campaign trail where it's like, are you going to turn it on and be the businessman that I think you can be?
Right.
But
Like, if you look at him most charitably, you could say he was kind of trying that.
He was kind of trying that, but a lot of and again, this is coming from somebody that at the time I was never Trumper, but people like me, people like those who I was listening to, was like, oh, he's not presidential, he's not doing this, he wants to run the country like a business, but it's not a business, it's a country. So you can't then complain that he wasn't acting like a businessman if your main complaint was that he wanted to treat the country like a business. Come on.
But he didn't. He leaned into it. He leaned into insane conspiracy cults at the end. I mean, it was a disaster. But there,
such as, I don't think he was in favor of QAnon or whatever. I think that he was a little bit zealous about the big lie, but whatever.
There is a kind of space for something, and that's why I do think that we need to talk about these things religiously, like a vibe shift or something. It's almost like the polar ice, or the polar.
I hate that he said that twice. A vibe shift. What are you, a 22-year-old girl, bro?
Or magnetism is going to switch or something. It switches every few thousand.
Really,
years.
vibe is like a new age word for spirituality.
Well,
If you
I
really
think
think about it, right?
there is some kind of collective consciousness and a collective mood, and I don't think I'm being like woo woo in saying that, in the sense of what is the kind of music that defines a period where you just hear it and you know where it is. Like if you think about the 80s and like synth pop or Madonna or Just Can't Get Enough and all that kind of stuff, you're immediately kind of transported to that time. And at the same time, a kind of like the nihilism of punk, of like actively being out of tune and screaming and slamming your instruments, that also defined a particular era. And even if it wasn't the most popular music, it was the kind of it was the music that defined the vibe of that period. So I do think we act collectively in this way. I think that's a very real thing.
And it's interesting because like when I started doing hip hop podcasts, like 2016, so around the same time that you were kind of invigorated with politics and in a different level
and getting punched in the face.
And generally, even within the hip hop community, almost everybody would agree that music at this point, hip hop is like incredibly bland, and that hip hop is ready for something new, something exciting, something that doesn't feel so stale. We just have no idea what it is. And I kind of feel like that's the general overall theme, because when I interviewed Nick Fuentes, I was ready to be on fucking Media Matters and ready to be torn apart for having having a conversation with him, and nobody gave a fuck. And a few years ago, I would have been extremely worried about having a conversation with you. I'm quite sure nobody's going to give a fuck. It just feels like
I mean, we care, but I'm not like exactly what he's saying. That a few years ago, I probably would have stayed away from this conversation because I'm like, oh, this ain't gonna work. They're gonna block this. But especially because now he's like, oh, I love Biden. I mean, I have a mind to think that he's just saying that to kind of get himself back into the public eye. I don't know what he's been doing since the alt-right movement kind of died. I think Charlottesville really put the kibosh on that. But I don't know what he's been doing, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's just saying, "Oh yeah, Biden's the best president I've ever seen," just to kind of win some favor with the public.
in a lot of ways,
Surely they'll give a fuck.
they'll give us some kind of fuck, but it's just not going to be anything.
Yeah,
that's
I'm probably
gonna
gonna get more heat for this conversation
Right.
than you.
Well, don't you think rock is? I mean, again, I'm more of like a rock guy that
Right, yeah.
whatever. But like, don't you think it's dead in a way? Like,
Oh yeah,
do you-
guitar-driven
Yep.
music is at this bizarre.
Yeah,
state
It's
of
not just
affairs, yeah.
guitar driven. The problem, and I am an advocate for capitalism. I fucking love capitalism. Big capitalist, jerk it off all day. I'll fight from the market. But holy shit, art being like subsumed by capitalism
Mm.
was a not good thing, right?
Well,
Where you have like
don't
the-
even blame capitalism
Well-
for this. I think it's actually much deeper. And yeah, there's the commercialization or boy bands or whatever. I think that, but
because the issue is like rock bands and shit used to be like, I think that was it Grohl from Nirvana or whatever. It used to, like, yeah, you get a bunch of kids, playing
Right.
guitars. They suck shit in garages and they suck shit over and over and over and over and over again until eventually they get on stage and they start doing cool shit.
oh yeah,
But
look,
now you've got like an exec and it's like,
I've done exactly that. I played some terrible music in garages and basements, and then you get better and you go on stage and people are cheering for you.
that 9-year-old girl is gonna be a fucking star. Let's take her and fucking mold her, and we're gonna make all these singers. We're gonna make this like overproduced rap and hip hop and everything, and all of it is so different.
I look at
than where
somebody
it
like
used to
Billie
be.
Eilish, who is, made a ton of amazing music, but it's like somebody like her, it would have been nice to be able to see her have some sort of young adulthood, going
Yeah.
to clubs and
Yep.
shows and experiencing live music. And instead, she has this seed of potential, and the labels just sink their teeth into her and turn her into a superstar. And she's never able to have any kind of like real life. prior to
but
that.
I think I agree with everything you just said, but I actually think it's deeper than that. So I mean, if you remember, I mean, I'm how old are you?
39.
39. Okay, so we're closer in age. And do you remember like release of Nirvana Nevermind album?
Yeah, I mean, I was a
Of
little young, but I
course.
remember how
Yeah.
exciting it was. Yeah.
It was super exciting. Everyone was talking about it. Your parents were talking about it. The teachers were worried about it. And it defined a particular moment in American history. And again, Kurt Cobain, is he a good musician? No. But there was something about him that he just like tapped into a zeitgeist. I'm speaking generalities,
Come on.
but it's true. I don't think we have that. Now everything is completely fragmented. I think U2 served that purpose. Achtung Baby which was recorded in Berlin while the wall was coming down. It was like they had just plugged into history.
Speak on that, Mr. Zig. What do you mean by that? Oh, come on. What is going on?
It's
that
hard
point.
because, but there are still
But
like
we
there are
don't
things
have
that we
anymore.
get.
Let me finish real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Now we're fragmenting, and there's a lot of cool stuff. Like someone who's talented can go on SoundCloud and just produce with their synthesizer computer something really great. And I love this. I support
Mhm.
this, but it
Come on, struggle.
doesn't speak to us as a population. It doesn't define a
Streaming.
moment. And all of the genres that people like are nostalgic. So I mean, I was talking to a friend of mine who's in his early 20s, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, hipster girls that he dates or whatever, they're listening to Nirvana in 2023."
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like
Yep.
that's cool, I guess, but you're not getting it. Like you don't.
Everybody loves Limp Bizkit now. If you were around in 2003 or whenever it was when Nookie came out and all that, you could not be made fun of more for being a fan of Limp Bizkit. And now, they're the coolest thing since sliced bread, apparently.
You don't understand what 1991 was. And the kind of declinism that was actually kind of setting in, the confusion about the end of the Cold War, the pro campaign was coming up. We had done pop music to its limit. We needed to just shove it in reverse and do just grunge, punk kind of stuff. And we don't have a collective body in that sense.
Or is it bad because we're too collective though? Because that's what I wonder too. And
Yup.
like, it's just because it's so national and international.
Yup.
I remember my mom and dad used to be in the Air Force, and they would tell me that they served over in Okinawa, the base we had in Japan,
Mhm.
and they would tell me that when they would go to these countries, as soon as you stepped off base, you're in like a whole other world. It's like the cultural customs are different, the
Right.
sounds are different, everything's different. I've
A whole other world or a whole other country?
traveled, I don't want to say the whole world. I'm into a lot of different countries now. And everywhere I go, Bro, I remember in fucking I remember this happened on 2 occasions. It happened in Poland and it happened in Taiwan, where I heard people driving up and down the street playing you remember Gangnam Style?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
And I'm like, that's kind of funny. A really popular fucking South Korean song is like, I heard it all the time in the US. And all of the culture that we export is now everybody's kind of like on the same page. And I wonder sometimes, like, does that hurt?
And it's ironic, and the lack of sincerity to Gangnam Style or whatever that was. That was kind of like, I mean, surely that was ironic on some level.
Oh, yeah.
That whole thing. I mean, and so it's this like,
How many of you actually genuinely enjoyed after the first 500 times Gangnam Style? That was pure irony.
irony and nostalgia and just these like layers of distance between something sincere. Whatever you want to say about Nirvana, that was sincere music.
Sure.
But
then also, I will say too that it's hard to say like how much stuff do we have today that we wouldn't have in our current environment too. So for instance, like Kendrick Lamar is a really good rapper, really great writing. Like would he have been able to exist when we only had like gangster rap or like West Coast, East Coast stuff with that kind of writing and that kind of person, or like Tyler the Creator, where you've got like some people that are like bi or like other kind of identities. Like would they have been able to make it in those environments back then too? You would know better than I.
Well, I mean, like when we talk about no longer having a monoculture, you're part of the problem because the reason why you don't see albums doing the incredible album sales that you used to see 20 years ago or whatever is because you have large chunks of society who are watching fucking Destiny re-uploads. Not to mention like even just within hip hop, when they look at how bad album sales are these days, I'm like, well, there's all these hip hop based podcasts and Twitch streamers and creators, etc., who are out here making content, and I feel like the people on average are being trained to crave conversation more than music. And even a lot of the most like ordinary normie as hip hop consumers that I know have essentially stopped listening to rap like probably 90% as much as they used to because now they're consumed by the resulting conversation around the culture.
Sure, art is absolutely culture, but that's not the only thing that comprises culture. We have rituals and traditions, we have community, we have that's all I can think of off the top of my head. But there's a lot of things that go into what is culture. And I would agree with you with 66% of you guys saying that is the most important part of culture. So whoever said no, I'm curious what you think the most important factor in culture actually is.
Right.
Which I think plays into my earlier argument about like the information overload. Like back then, I remember back when I was a kid, a little younger than you guys, I'm 34, but like new albums being released by certain people. Dude, when there was when Meteora came out for fucking Linkin Park, bro.
There you go, Chester.
And the whole ritual behind like going to the store, buying the CD, and you can't listen to it there. You gotta fucking drive home, you gotta pop it in your CD player, and you can't skip for it. You just have to sit there and you gotta listen to it from start to finish. When Kid A came out, Radiohead albums came out, like these were monumental things.
Yeah.
And now it's like you're inundated with media and cool shit from everybody everywhere. And I guess it feels a little bit less special. It's harder to like take it for like when a new Final Fantasy came out, it was like a really big deal in the video game world. And now there's like AAA titles being released like every month, every 2 weeks, and it's like whatever.
Or City Skylines, right? City Skylines? I think I said that. I was saying Cityscapes. City Skylines, right?
This type of society be managed because again, like even I'm in my mid 40s. I can remember when the big three networks were still a thing. Tom Brokaw, Dan Rather, Peter Jennings. They were kind of father figures. They could kind of define the general mainstream opinion of things.
And that was before my time. So maybe when I was like a kid, I couldn't tell you the timing of when these people went off air and the downfall of mainstream media, but as long as I was somebody who was old enough to care about what was going on in the world, and just even in 4th grade doing my current events assignments, I just knew that like, okay, there's a game being played here, because I could see even then that like people were putting their spin on things instead of informing the nation. And so it's been that far. And so people my age and younger, we've never seen a world where we could trust the institutions. How half of the country still does is beyond me, but that's a whole other conversation.
I can't name the nightly news broadcasters.
Anderson Cooper. No, I know what you mean. Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I could name him, of course, but yeah.
I don't even know if he's a night broadcaster. I think he just has a show. But yeah, I know what you
even
mean.
Anderson Cooper is kind of ironic, and he's almost the Seth Meyers equivalent in a way.
Yeah.
So we don't have that stability. There was a way to manage a technological society through these big structures like this, like the music industry. Hollywood inflected our dreams. It taught us what our fantasies were. It gave us myths and so on. Now, maybe those are bad myths. We can talk about that, but it was something that was unifying. And it's now we're in this world of just total fragmentation where it's like, I signed up for TikTok just for a little bit. I deleted the app. But
Good for you.
You were being spied on?
What?
The CCP was watching you?
They knew who I was. I could go into this.
I took a long time before I wanted to download TikTok, and I really only downloaded it to post my own stuff. But you get caught up in the algorithm, and like, let's be honest, let's be honest. You post your entire life on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever. The CCP does not need their own app to figure out what they need to know about you. Facebook knows when you poop. And I understand that, but like, it's all code. They can figure this out. So there's a whole idea about like, oh no, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram are fine. And YouTube, they're fine. But if you go on TikTok, then China's going to win. Now, from spying, talking about the algorithm, what's being showed and the content itself, that's a different conversation. But just being spied on by the CCP is a silly point to make. It says, I remember a lot of emo and scene bands before they became super popular. Then they turned to pop and suck now. Luckily, a few stopped before they reached that point. Yeah, and that's kind of where hip hop is not only the new are you saying punk is the new hip hop or hip hop is the new punk? Because those are kind of slightly different. But guitar driven music and people who listen to older harder rock, they're all in the rap scene. There's a channel, the Punk Rock NBA, that used to be a bigger fan of. He kind of changes content a little bit, but you don't get a lot of people on YouTube talking about rock music, and he is always talking about this, about how guitar driven music and people who are into that type of stuff no longer have the avenue to make money being in a punk rock metal band because people are just not looking for it. Mr. Zig says Tucker is the GOAT and says I've been listening to some Linkin Park recently and some Griselda. Not familiar with Griselda, but Linkin Park Hybrid Theory was the first CD I ever had burned. I remember that. Music is the key. Love it. Love it.
They figured out exactly who I was almost immediately, and they were serving me like MILFs wearing cowboy boots and Texas hats. So they kind of knew where I was from, and then they started serving me even weirder shit. But they got into my brain almost immediately. I didn't subscribe to a single person, and they pegged me. It was scary. Yeah,
TikTok those algorithms are on every social. It's so funny because people always like bring back the feed where we can just see things chronologically. That's what we want. It's like that's not what you want. No, these algorithms plug into your fucking brain like
on
crazy.
Twitter, you have
Well, that's the point. The point is we want that chronological algorithm because we don't want an algorithm twisting our minds and showing us things that we enjoy, but are not good for our brain. Of course, when you have, what is something else addictive? Heroin. Like, obviously, you don't want to be addicted to heroin. But if you're addicted to heroin, then what you want is heroin. That doesn't mean that it's good for you to take heroin.
Two feeds side by side, and you get to see just how boring the chronological order of
everybody always says
is.
bring it back. Nobody wants that, bro. These companies, like I know guys are working.
I
you don't want
do.
chronological feeds. You want them,
but it's
tailoring
something
content,
different. So, but previously it was like Hollywood, CBS, etc. They gave you a message, and it was a kind of top-down system, and you can manage society this way. I think the algorithm is doing something different, and I'm not sure I even quite have the words to describe what's happening. It's getting into your head. It's like finding out the fantasy.
It's not getting into your head. It's just paying attention to the actions that you do. There's no easier way to get into somebody's head. All you have to do is understand that the metrics that they're taking, the metrics that they whatever video they show you, they have a list of categories that it falls into and the strength of that category. Depending on how long you watch that video, whether you like it, whether you comment, whether you share, then it shows more interest. So anything that matches that level of or it matches that category, they're just going to show you more of that. It's not that complicated. It's just they're good at it.
You wouldn't even admit to because it could tell how long you look at the video.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
even for like on
Exactly.
YouTube. I don't know if you guys have figured this out yet. Subscribers don't actually matter that much anymore. Like how many subs a channel
That's not true. Subscribe right now.
has,
Right.
Because most people,
It is
the
kinda
content
true,
that they
but
watch
still
is just
subscribe.
a suggested page.
Right.
And whether or not you're subscribed to something doesn't even necessarily guarantee that a video is put there.
Right.
It's dude, I remember back in 2008, 2010, like the way to game shit was to like hide keywords and like the header of like your HTML for like the webpage and shit. Everything is so sophisticated these days in terms of how stuff figures out, and there's so much. There's so much content. Like if you wanted to watch a fucking podcast, like you can follow like maybe 3 or 4 or whatever, but like there's like a million hours of every fucking show that's released all the time, and it's harder to find those monumental releases that everybody used to look forward to. The new fucking Radiohead album, the new fucking Kurt Cobain, the new fucking Pink Floyd or whatever, going back further, the new Beatles shit.
And that's happening with TV as well. You know, I mean, I grew up being so into music that it's surprising that that's not necessarily where my main concern is now. But I think because of the fact that, you know, people can still find music relatively easily and within the same genre, even if you're not listening to the same artists, then you can you know, you can have conversations about music with people who are listening to the same type of genre. But with movies and TV, and specifically TV, because movies still have, you know, their theater release date and all that stuff for the most part. But you know, I just finished watching the second part of You this morning, and I was like, why did they split it up? I understand they want to have more time where people are talking about the show, but you dump 4 episodes or 5 episodes, then you wait 2 months, and now I don't really remember what happened, and nobody's really talking about it because I don't know if anybody's finished it. I don't know what happened. I don't have any theories of anything. And then you drop the rest, and it's like, okay, now I watched it. Now, like, did anybody else watch it? I don't know. So, and that's the lifeblood of these shows, is getting people to talk about them. At least Disney has figured out that you got to go back to the weekly releases. The only, I mean, you know, aside from like HBO and stuff like that, the week to week show just doesn't have the same effect as binging. And I love binging stuff, but it just doesn't have the same effect. Holly says the algorithm tracks what you do. It can be more personalized to your interests. Hollywood and media could only generalize. Yep. And it's just about tracking everything that you do, when you do it, how long you're doing it for, where, you know, how much engagement, all that stuff. It's not anything different with any other platform except for the way that they do it. It's not like Facebook has any less information on you, especially because of how Facebook was early in the game. We had less of this idea that, oh, you know, we have to be safe online and be careful with your information. Facebook probably has so much information on all of you, on all of us. And I heard they have like ghost profiles. So even if you've never been on Facebook, if you use the internet and people you know use Facebook, then they can use other people's stuff to find out information about you. This is exactly why you'll be talking about something and the next day you get a Google ad for it in your whatever. They're listening, they're watching, they're paying attention. You could do the exact same thing if you cared enough. But who would care that much about that if you're not making money from it from these advertisers?
Because there's just so much shit.
And that's why when it comes time to elect the president, it feels kind of ridiculous. It's like, oh, so we're all supposed to agree on 1 or 2 people at this point?
Yeah, maybe, yeah, Jews.
There you go.
But this is a huge problem. I think also with the algorithm, there's that question of, is it figuring out your fantasy or is it kind of incepting something?
Telling you.
Yeah, because I was actually joking with this friend of mine because we were talking about this exact subject, and I was joking. I was like, why is it giving me all these advertisements for gay cruises? You know, it wasn't actually, but you know,
sure it wasn't. Stop the cap.
Yeah. But there's that, it's figuring out some inner fantasy, but there's also that notion of it's incepting something into you.
Possibly.
And so it's giving you the fantasy, and that's something that Hollywood was really able to do. It certainly did it for me with all these, you know, Indiana Jones and E.T. and all that kind of stuff that I still love. I mean, it was able to kind of give you new ways to dream. And I'm wondering, like, this algorithm, it's doing it very differently. You don't go sit down for 2 hours in a movie theater that's collective with your parents, maybe, or a date. You're just scrolling.
Yeah, because everything is so overwhelming. Like,
yeah,
it's really hard for a lot of fucking Zoom. Bro, I had a girl that I was talking to, this 23-year-old girl, and she asked me the question, or I think I asked her about, like,
shout out to Lav.
I think it was something like, what kind of movies do you like, whatever. And she's like, oh, like, I really like the Prestige. Have you ever seen that movie or like The Clips? I'm like,
The Clips.
Have I seen The Clips?
Hey, we got Divide and Rod in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party, brother. Glad to see you. We are here with the Punch a Nazi guy, Richard Spencer, and our favorite blue-haired leftist, Destiny. Welcome to the party, brother. Glad to see ya.
Like, what the fuck do you mean when you say have I seen clips of the movie? You're asking me if I've seen the movie or not. And like for a lot of Zoomers, for a lot of people like 22, it's hard to even get them to sit down and watch a full movie, let alone like
That's
without your cell
crazy.
phone. Like,
She's
holy
kind of
shit.
adapting that from us though too, because anytime you watch a debate or a Twitch conversation or whatever, there'll be a conversation about some piece of content, and somebody will say, oh, "I've seen a couple clips. I didn't watch the whole 3-hour thing or whatever." So she thinks that it's normal to say that.
Yeah,
about
to see
a full
clips
length
of shit.
film,
I
which
know
is
what they're going to
hilarious.
clip out of what I just said.
Which is part of what I like about my channel because I still have like the full 2 or 3 hour videos rather than like. But yeah, I mean now I've gotten into the TikTok game and YouTube Shorts and like cutting up short.
Yeah, well,
stuff
it's kind of a
and
weird feeling.
Shout out to all of you guys who are still into the long form content. Shout out to everybody who even has the ability to listen to long form content. Unfortunately, there's not too many people. We're going through a little bit of a lull right now. We haven't gotten any too many new people, but that's going to happen. Early in the year, it's an off year with politics and stuff. But those of you who are here, it blows my mind that you continue to come back and that you're actually interested in this stuff. I love it because so many people aren't, and that's why I've had to start making the short videos because people just don't have the attention span for this.
Even doing podcasts these days because you kind of know that they're going to get more views on TikTok than they ever are on a platform where you're actually being paid for it.
Although to be fair, that those views mean less. I'd rather have 150,000 views on a YouTube video than 1 million views on a TikTok clip because I know that the type of engagement. I mean, when you get paid more for it, but like the type of engagement is a much bigger buy-in from those 150,000 people versus the TikTok people that just like scroll.
Very true, and it's supposed to be good for your amplification and everything, but a lot of times you wonder.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you like if I get like 10 million views on a TikTok video, I hope I've driven at least like 50 or 60 people more to like my long form content.
I can see it sometimes where there's a clip where a girl said that she wanted to get shit on, and that was many years ago. And every once in a while, it'll pop up on TikTok and get 10 million views, and then I'll go back and look at the original VOD, and people manage to find it, and like 10 million views will equal out to like an extra 50 to 100,000 on the actual YouTube video.
Or you see like big TikTokers will have like 1, 2, 3 million followers.
I thought he said big. I thought he said you'll see big dicks. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a child, but that's legit what I thought he said. Listen to
100,000 on that
this is what he thought. I thought he said.
actual YouTube video. Which...
Or you see like big TikTokers will have like 1, 2, 3 million followers, and then they'll try to stream and they get like 50 viewers.
Shout out to Mr. Zig for being up at 4:40 a.m. from South Africa just to be here with us. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Yeah, it's
the conversion
streaming
is, so
is a much more dedicated connection.
Yeah, there's no story, there's no narrative, and I think that's a very interesting change in culture where you're looking at maybe a clip of a movie or something like that, or you're looking at just some like weird, kind of thing where like a girl will just do something kind of silly in her apartment and or do a voiceover or all this kind of. There's no narrative. We've lost, and again, as like humans. And maybe even kind of deeper with animals, but certainly as humans, that's how we communicate through narrative. That's how we understand the world. That's how we even understand things scientifically is a kind of story that you can tell. And we're getting that ripped away from us. And I don't even know what the implications of this are going to be for the human experience, but they're going to be huge.
It feels like this is the worst comparison I've ever made in a serious conversation in my life. But do you guys watch Marvel movies?
No.
I've seen some.
I've heard there were all these Marvel movies that
Wakanda forever!
we're building up all these heroes and characters to these like 2 grand, huge movies. It was Avengers Endgame, or it was Infinity War and Endgame, and I think these are like some of the biggest superhero movies like of all fucking time.
Sure.
But at the end of Endgame, you had like the completion of like I think like
Spoilers. I mean, the movie came out like 5 years ago. I mean, who knows how long ago? And if you didn't see it, you probably don't care. But spoilers.
almost 7 different character arcs. And Marvel has been trying really hard releasing new superheroes movie. They call it like phase 3, phase 4 to figure out like their personality or their stories or their arcs afterwards. But after the ending of that one huge conclusion to a lot of the superheroes, the death of some, the finishing of others, like people like don't care anymore. And it's just like random superheroes that they don't care about in movies that are like meh. They're not like horrible, but they're just like meh. And
they're pretty meh. And as somebody who I'm a big MCU fan, but the caveat to that is that I didn't understand what the MCU was for a long time. I understood that that individual movies were coming out, they were Marvel and whatever. But I was like, Iron Man comes out. I'm like, all right, I don't really care about Iron Man. I've never read an Iron Man comic or whatever. I used to watch X-Men, the cartoon when I was a kid, but then the second one came out. I'm like, they're doing another one. Then they had Thor, and then Thor had a second. I'm like, what do they do? I'm like, people are actually watching this stuff. And then it wasn't until after Infinity War that somebody like, bro, you gotta, it's one long story. I was like, wait, this is all connected? And so I was able to see Endgame in theaters and have that experience. But I'm just hoping that despite what he's talking about, that the MCU will be able to recover and find by the time we get to Kang Wars or what is it, Secret Wars and Kang Dynasty, that it's something close to what Infinity War and Endgame is. So it's he dyed his hair for charity. I mean, not not a huge excuse. It still looks gay, but I mean, is what it is. Hey, we got Rufus in the building. What is good? Welcome to the party. And Jesse's back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the party, guys. Glad to see you. We are talking with the Nazi guy, the punch a Nazi guy. Let's see it one more time. The punch a Nazi guy, Richard Spencer, and Destiny. So if you don't remember this from 6 years ago,
Neo-Nazis don't love me. They kind of hate me, actually.
Following the KKK, neo-Nazi.
Those people don't like me,
Are you
to be
like
honest.
the hipster version of the neo-Nazi movement?
and then
Pepe's become kind of a
so that started the whole meme of punch a Nazi, and now apparently he's changed his ways, and now he's a different guy, but still a lot of disagreement with Destiny. So trying to get a read on him and where he is, because this is clearly his way of getting back into the public eye, but I don't know what angle he's going to take with that. So that's what we doing.
And it feels like a bit of an analogy too, but neither of you understand it, so I'm just talking to myself.
No, I
It feels like to an
I
analogy to like
understand what you're
America,
saying.
where it's like, yeah,
Calm down.
we beat communism, we won the Cold War, we landed on the fucking moon, we beat Hitler, and now we're fighting against or for trans kids, I guess, is like what the whole conversation nationally, like, what was it fucking, was it, like I just saw Matt Walsh, like went to fucking Mississippi, and he's like, today I stand in proud honoree talking about this new anti-transing the kids bill, and I'm like, is this really all conservatives have to talk about today?
Yes. I think mutilating children while they are being brainwashed is something to be concerned about and something to talk about. This is Destiny. So he is a left-wing political Twitch guy. He got banned from Twitch. He's still doing YouTube, but he's one of the very, very, very few people on the left that actually is smart, as well as charitable in terms of the way that he argues. I disagree with a lot of his positions, but I really appreciate the way that he argues. And so we cover him a lot. Hell yes, go check that out. He goes hard on Will Smith. Demiron said, no, a comic book genre consumer. Not a comic book genre consumer, but why not pick new stories from the vast choices of characters and stories? Obviously, it's licensing. I don't think it is licensing, because I was just thinking about, and I'm a complete novice to the comic book world, but the idea that, they started with the big characters, your Iron Man, your Captain America, your Thor, Doctor Strange, and then they were tied to, real life actors, Chadwick Boseman is, of course, R.I.P. Those are the big characters. And so they introduced this idea of variants where you can have a different version, but instead they're looking to like these young kids to be the young Avengers and all that stuff. But it's like, I don't care. Like Disney just said, I don't really care about them. I want to see what happens with the new Captain America, what Thor's doing, what these guys are doing, and how they're going to deal with Kang. I don't care about what Ant-Man's doing. Ant-Man's just like a fun, side character, in my opinion. Come on, let's be nice. Let's be nice. Fun fact: the family that invented broccoli owns the rights to James Bond. Interesting. That is a fun fact.
Hey, like, what the fuck?
When you look at somebody like Matt Walsh, and it feels like in some ways he's doing like an updated version of what you were doing in 2016, right? Like what's the feeling in your stomach when you see what he's putting out there?
I would definitely not call what Matt Walsh does an updated version of being a neo-Nazi. He literally just doesn't want children to be either mutilated or brainwashed. That's not the same thing as being a neo-Nazi.
I feel that I need to do something radically different, because the fact is I agree that the vibe of the alt-right has been totally absorbed into conservative ink. And I think that's one of the kind of misunderstood things. I think also mainstream people are in a way much more radical than marginal people, which is another, I think J6 was kind of emblematic about that. It was this normies getting together, and next thing.
Was it normies? Was it really normies at the Capitol? I mean, we've just seen the Tucker tapes where it really was not at all what they explained it to be. But was that normies? I don't know anybody. Does anybody here know anybody who went to the Capitol on January 6th?
And they're like overturning the government.
We're trying to,
I mean, pretty remarkable stuff. But yeah, there's no doubt that while she's not going to touch on race or race realism or
because that's a tired conversation. People who have their ideas about race have their ideas about race. What is there to say? And why is that more important than the sanctity of our children? All you have to talk about? You think race relations amongst adults is more important than children being brainwashed and mutilated?
What?
Not me.
the Jewish question or whatever. He's not going to do that exactly. Although someone like Crowder kind of does. This kind of
Crowder, I think, has positioned himself as like, I think he's trying, because Trump and Trump company is falling apart, or has been since the last kind of like middle elections. Oh my God, midterms. And there's like the Daily Wire is poised as like that center right. We want to be the voice of the mainstream modern day Republican. And I think Crowder is like, well, there's a lot of populists and shit that are from the Trump camp that you guys are ignoring. And I think Crowder wants to be the guy there to absorb all of those types of people. So he's going to sit a bit. So Shapiro won't even touch the Jewish question, obviously, because he's fucking Jewish and he's Ben Shapiro.
He'll touch the Jewish question, but in his own
very,
way,
very barely. But Crowder will.
I still don't even. I don't even understand what is meant. Like, I understand the positions people have. What is the Jewish question? It's all of this stuff seems so, speaking about things that this is really all we have to talk about. The Jews, that's what you want to talk about? If your opinion is that Jews have been in control for forever, and you're also a Make America Great Again guy, the math ain't mathin'.
Well, definitely. Crowder's never going to come out and be like, Jews are. Yeah, Crowder's never going to come out and be like, Jews are controlling media. But he'll be like, there are a lot of Jews that are.
He basically said that.
Yeah,
he'll
like, dance around it.
Jewish names in Hollywood. I don't know.
There's a lot of black people in rap music. I wonder if that's a conspiracy.
He's not even going to go as far right as like Fuentes is today.
No, he's not going to do Fuentes. But I guess my general point is that situationally, the alt-right was in complete opposition to the conservative movement in 2016. That was the entire cuck thing. That was not about liberals. That was 100% about conservative cucks. Yeah. You're losers. You're.
I mean, where did Groypers came from? Like what? Bullying Charlie Kirk and shit, right? Like that's where a lot of the American First Movement came from. Was fighting like establishment conservatives.
True. Yeah. I'm with it. Exactly. Fighting establishment conservatives. The rhinos. There is a new movement that is trying to have these values without being just merely the speed bump for the Democratic Party. And we were saying we should make a deal with the transes. 1, stay away from kids and schools. 2, no dicks in the ladies' rooms. And 3, free speech stays. I am with that. Mr. Ziggs says, the alt-right guy trying to get a base back. Otherwise, how does he get paid? Adam was in music and now OnlyFans. These guys' opinions are absolute zero. Fair enough. Ruby says, in exchange, we agree there can be a female. No. Nope. I'm sorry. I am not conceding reality. There is no such thing as a female man. There is no such thing as a female man. I will die on that hill because the truth matters. The truth matters, and words mean things. Look at how much has been conceded in that argument, in that issue. But yet trans people still see themselves as the most oppressed people when everything in the freaking world, or at least in America right now, is centered around making sure you feel nice and safe in your delusional blanket. And this is what they want from you. This is what they want. Like, oh, just meet us halfway. Okay, so we're here. Just meet us halfway. You come there, and they're, oh, well, okay. So you're over here. They're over here. Like, just meet us halfway. And you move. And they're like, come on. Why can't you just meet us halfway? All right, fine. What? Come on, just meet us halfway. All right, come on. Now just meet us halfway. That is what they do. You give them an inch, and they cry for a mile. So no, thank you.
True, but even that was more like, why don't you fulfill your own values? That was actually even more. The alt-right was really anti-conservative, and the best opposition is the one you can control. And the degree to which the conservative movement and the Republican Party has adopted the memes I mean, on the floor of Congress, Ernst from Iowa held up a meme on the floor with like the gamer blonde Chad, meme.
Right.
Like they do this. And they're able to absorb the alt-right energy, and it's very successful for them because they need that kind of radical, angsty, outrageous, even up to the point of gas chamber memes or something. They've been able to attach that. Trump did it, but he did it in opposition to the Republican establishment.
Yeah, so
which
it's
is
harder
very
to kind of take on because I think Trump was really good for recruiting young people and recruiting like fiery, like zeal for people in the Republican Party. But he did it in opposition
Numbers
to the
show
Republican
that.
establishment. So when Trump leaves, I don't know if a lot of that zeal
They're
kind of
bringing
like
it in.
disappears.
So
Exactly. That is exactly what what I was just talking about. Is that Trump absolutely got a lot of people, young and otherwise, who weren't involved in politics at all, or maybe just weren't as zealous and weren't as thank you, Rufus. I'm gonna put that up, but until Graham pays me and doesn't send this whole story. But if you know, you know. But yeah, it's not just young people. Trump got a lot of people involved who otherwise weren't involved. And then once he left, those same people were still involved and interested in politics, but the rhinos didn't fill the gap. And so Biden is bad enough that people who are against wokeness are still kind of cohesive. But there's a very big difference between people who are like rah rah GOP and the fans of Martin Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz and those kind of people. Those are two different camps. Two very different camps.
Were they trying to? But
yeah, I mean, like the Claremont Institute is very interesting in this regard. And I don't want to get too technical, but I think they have attempted to create an alt-right almost from central
Facts.
casting.
I loved that show.
So they found all these people who are lesser figures basically, and they're kind of fitting them into pegs of the alt-right.
yeah, it was hard though when Trump, like my parents were right.
Oh, Jazz. Maybe we could gender to uterus or not uterus. I mean, I don't know if you're joking, but this could be a joke. And if you're serious, it's the irony is that I can't tell because they legitimately gotta center here. They legitimately are erasing women. This is what I was talking about earlier, how feminism has come full circle on an International Women's Day. They were saying that the day is for trans women as well, and that they need to be included. They need to be in the bathrooms. You need to step over women to accommodate biological men. So if you're okay with being erased as a woman and just being a uterus, I mean, okay. But I don't think a lot of women are happy with that. I think a lot of women see themselves as more than a uterus, particularly those who had a hysterectomy.
Die. Republicans their entire fucking lives. I grew up hardcore Republican. My mom is Cuban, so very, very ride or die Republicans.
Yeah.
And my parents today, if Trump were to run independent, they would vote for Trump in a heartbeat over any Republican. And I think there's still a lot of Trump fans. I would guess like 30 to 40% of Trump's like loyal people, like people that voted for Trump, would probably still vote for him
he could
independently.
screw over
Absolutely.
everything.
Because you'd only have to really take what, like 4% of Republicans?
And
to
he'll
get
take more than
and he'll absolutely
Yeah.
take more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would
Yeah.
be over.
It would. But what's interesting, to go back to what I was saying, I think even the DeSantis campaign, I've seen these murmurings of them trying to bring in these influencer types, Pedro Gonzalez, Jack Murphy, all these kind of weird figures. If you don't know them,
Jack Murphy!
They're lesser lights. But they're trying to kind of recreate that for a new thing, almost in a lab. They're doing an experiment to reproduce it. I think a lot of Elon's purchasing of Twitter has been about that. I mean, Elon has been promoting some pretty. I mean, he's replying with emojis
insane.
to cat turd.
I remember one of his first stories after he bought it. He fucking retweeted that fucking story about
Stop
Pelosi's husband
cursing!
got attacked by his gay lover. Or whatever. I was like, bro, what the fuck
And
are
then
you
he
even saying
eventually
right now?
deleted it and didn't offer any explanation or anything.
Oh my god.
He's retweeting Medvedev, who's playing his own game in the Kremlin. He's trying to be the badass, talking about America's going to collapse in the next year. We'll nuke the world if we feel like we're losing. And Elon's like retweeting this, like, whoa, interesting. I've got to look into this. Like emoji fix.
Yeah.
You know,
Like I might be missing something, but I haven't.
Yeah, no, Jess, you're absolutely right. I'm right there with you. It's the fact that this is you're not allowed to define women by anything more than chest feeders or birthing persons or uterus havers, without offending trans people, which is ridiculous. Who says definitely agree with Divining Bride that nothing removes a woman's happiness more than feminism. Says I've lived with one for years. Oh no. And she was tortured by her own delusions. That's gonna happen. Yep, Jack Heel Up Murphy. Oh, Jack Murphy. Oh, Jack Murphy. Let's pour one out for Jack Murphy. A regular guest on Timcast and blew it all up.
I've seen that many conservatives lining up to defend Scott Adams after his most recent statements, but
Well, did I defend him? I don't think I did defend him. I did cover it, but I don't think I defended him. Did I defend him? No, I didn't defend him. Did I defend him? I don't know. You go back and watch it and you let me know.
Elon responded and said the media is racist,
Right.
and pretty much completely took his side, which
The media is racist. That's not necessarily taking his side, but the media absolutely is racist.
I don't think anybody expected him to weigh
Elon
in
is
such
just
a way.
fucking wild. I don't know. That guy's.
But okay, let's throw Scott Adams out there. He's just recently had Dilbert removed from hundreds of newspapers because of his statements about black people hating white people and how white people should react by, completely separating themselves and not trying to help black people at all. What's going through your head when you see that story playing out?
Haram!
He's a bit of a dweeb, and I'm not a fan of Dilbert or Scott Adams. But I'll say this because I have some conflicting feelings about this. The way he defined black identity as a hate group is contemptible and just weird and wrong. That was a very strange poll of "it's okay to be white," which is a 4chan meme.
This is what world are we living in? When Scott Adams, the uber liberal who worked for Black Lives Matter, is calling black people a hate group, and Richard Spencer, the punch a Nazi guy, is saying that that's ridiculous.
What?
What is going on?
As you know, is meant to provoke people.
And you can understand why black people would be a little offended by a question that they kind of take as insulting and stupid in the first place.
Right.
And that's fair. But again, I will bring up, as I did on the Scott Adams stream, that I'm pretty in the weeds with politics in general. I obviously don't, go on like 4chan and don't really, keep up with like, whoa, what are the white supremacists doing? What are the black nationalists doing? But I had no idea that it's okay to be white was a white supremacist thing. And I mean, maybe if you're black, you're more likely to know it. And that's why the numbers came out the way they did. But I'm willing to believe that a lot of people just legitimately don't think that it's okay to be white. We have that video, I think it was from The Cut, where they asked, like, what are white people superior at? Which again is a stupid question. We're like, oppression, and all this stupid stuff. So that message is being pushed. Ryan said, in 1 second, Jack effed up his grift and destroyed, and you are here by collateral damage. I'm here by collateral damage? Or he's there. I don't know what you're talking about. But he definitely effed up his grift. Feminism, Harlock says, created weak men. Because weak men can't compete with strong men, they decided to become trans. Oh, the irony. Yep, 100%. 100%.
Right. But I think there's another element to it as well, because I mean, white people have been for a many decades now moving to the suburbs, going to a Christian school for the good schools and things like that. I mean, we have segregated in many ways. Now, obviously, Los Angeles maybe is different, of course.
But self-segregation, rewind, self-segregation, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to be around people who look like you, talk like you, think like you, have a similar culture, there's nothing wrong with that. It's when someone from on high, whether it's the government or otherwise, decides that people need to be segregated. Oh, that was the show. Okay, I didn't know that was the show. I just know it is Sydney and Elijah's show. Thank you for clearing that up. But yeah, I mean, self-segregation is not a big deal. That's why you look at Nordic countries that have the most egalitarian type of laws. People self-segregate. Women tend to go in certain ways. Men tend to go in other professions because men and women are different. Mr. Zig says, funny how all these guys talk about is trans rights, weak men, and abortions. Well, what else would you like to talk about? Do you have another issue to talk about? What would you prefer we talk about?
Not that different.
No, it's segregated maybe on a local level.
Yeah.
And I've lived in New York City for for a while. I definitely get it. You could go to places where you walk across a street and
you'll still see fucking educated progressives will get on Twitter and be like, I don't know why you guys are so mean towards homeless people. And it's like, okay, because you've never fucking had a homeless guy screaming at you from right fucking behind you. Yeah, that drives you crazy. They're very much segregated themselves.
Montana has 2 congressmen now, so we have the same amount of congressmen and senators because people are moving in. There's like a big sort going on of a lot of, I guess, red state people from California and Texas moving to Montana. It's just like one example.
Good.
Segregation is happening, and yet he's
self-segregation,
kind of talking about something that maybe shouldn't be talked about and articulating white identity in the worst possible way.
Whenever you say talking about something that shouldn't be talked about, you lose me. Unless you have the rest of this sentence is something that is going to completely upend my ideas on free speech and the marketplace of ideas. You're just talking about something that shouldn't be talked about. We should just not talk about it. Why is that? Because you don't have good arguments against what other people are saying about it?
Which is that blacks want to go kill you or something because of a Pew Research poll. So it's kind of weird. I don't have any sympathy for Scott Adams. I
have tons of sympathy because he's brainwashed to believe that the establishment, the institutions like Rasmussen, like the people who are all this stuff, like Black Lives Matter, all that stuff, he believes that they are legitimate, or did believe up until that poll, that they were legitimate, that they were just here to give you information and whatever. He doesn't seem like a bad person. But it's just, what do you expect? What do you expect when you're in this tribe and slowly they are actively brainwashing you? At a certain point, we do have to, expect personal responsibility from people. But that doesn't mean that the media didn't have a role in any of this. What did it say? Once the bots hit and the easy bake womb is invented, the next generation will be done with women. I agree. How it says some suburbs are nice though. I like being able to have black parties, know that everybody is looking out for each other, feel safe, to let kids play outside, not needing the cops here every day. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Is anybody arguing against that? I think that's phenomenal. I mean, the more spaces we can create, getting out. Cities are not a good place to live in terms of your well-being. It may be great in terms of your business and just the ability to be social in and of itself, but it's just too many people. It's just too many people in too small of a space. Move out to the suburbs. Obviously, that takes money, but that should be what people aspire to, is to get away from the city.
I also think, going back to what I said earlier about our brains are bad at parsing information,
cold.
You got to figure this out too. And I say the same thing for BLM or for racist white people. Like, if blacks wanted to kill white people, you'd be seeing a lot of it. It wouldn't just be like 1 or 2 stories get fucking huge of like the black kid attacking the teacher for the fucking Nintendo Switch or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Yeah, it wouldn't just be one. You'd be seeing this every single day. Same thing with like, if cops really were out there just wanting to indiscriminately murder black people, it wouldn't be like one huge story, every couple months. You'd be seeing it daily, right? Because there's a 330 million person country. You see, there's a ton of people in this country. It's like over 500,000 cops. If there was crazy shit happen, you see it daily. But again, I think for humans, for our
we do see it daily, but the only reason we see it daily is because of that same representative heuristic I was talking about before, where you only see you see only all of the interactions that go badly. You don't see the overwhelming majority of interactions that don't go badly. The representative heuristic.
Our brains, it really only takes like 1 to 3 experiences to almost form an immovable stereotype. Like, if you had 3 bad experiences with Chinese people in the course of a year or 2, you're going to write off like 2 billion people. And that's just a superhuman thing to do.
He's not even like a teenager who got beat up by a black guy or something, which is kind of understandable that you would have, you know, be racist. He's like a social media dweeb.
He is, but like, damn, dude, depending on where you're at on social media, I can understand why you think like fucking people want to murder white people or whatever. Well, because holy shit, there are some crazy social media bubbles out there. That's not this is right. That's fucking progressives saying crazy shit sometimes.
Oh, well, that's true. Progressives will do it, but the dissident right is basically doom porn. I mean, that is their identity. It is promoting videos of black high school students beating up a teacher,
Mhm.
or a white girl who dated a black guy and is now like depicted with black eyes and a child.
I remember in the Trump shit, you remember there was that video when Trump was running? I think it was a video of like 6 black people beating up like was it a mentally handicapped white person?
Oh God!
And
yeah.
people were like, "This is gonna happen to Trump. People all over the country are gonna start getting killed by black." I was like, "Bro, what the fuck?" Yeah.
But I look, all of these.
So Jess says, I would die of boredom if I lived in a small city, after saying social interactions are connected to my well-being. And Rufus agrees. I said, I feel you. I think it's more important for some than others to be social often. Do you think that people are closer to each other? And not like physically, but in terms of socially closer in the cities or in small towns? What is the stereotype of small towns? Is it everybody knows each other and everybody knows about everybody else? It is way more social in a positive way than living in a city where you could just go and be social with random people. That level of sociability is not the same. And so by saying this, you're assuming that there's just nothing to do. Whereas you can find people in that small city to be social with, without having to worry about the people who hate whatever it is that you guys stand for, which is inevitable in the city. Hey, we got David Banner in the building. I'm not going to read that out loud, but you guys can. Welcome to the party, brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have got the Punch a Nazi guy versus the blue hair Destiny. Ruben says the relationships in cities are definitely more shallow. I don't know anybody who lives in the city who actually talks to their neighbors. In fact, it's specifically, they specifically say don't try to get to know your neighbors, because if they're not good neighbors, then you're screwed. Not in Texas, but you know, I live in a small town right now. I grew up in a suburb of Central Jersey, but I live in a much smaller town now. And I mean, I'm not a social person besides like you guys. So I'm not the best example, but every time I walk my dog, when my neighbor is outside, we stop and talk for 10, 15 minutes about, you know, her life, her kids, and, you know, nothing ever is really going on with me except you guys. So not much to talk about there, but so many other places I lived in the suburbs, in bigger places, I didn't know or want to know my neighbors. I lived in a building with 6 units, 6 apartment units. I don't think I talked to any of my neighbors. I think I lived there for, I think it was only 1 year, maybe 2. But let's just say for the sake of argument, it was 1 year. I don't think I had more than 3 conversations with any of the people who lived in that building. So, I mean, it's, I don't know what you're implying by this, Rufus. So no, I have not, but Myron says to Jess, as someone who went from LA, 3.5 million, and then lived in a small town in the Sierras, 2,400. It is way more social in smaller communities. What's not good? And that's a good point. What are we considering a small town? Harley says, I've either lived in cities or villages, no in between. I wish one of these days.
These things, you know, there's some factual accuracy to those things, but it's like, what does it tell you psychologically that you're obsessed about it? I mean, have you ever heard the notion of like a man who's obsessed with his wife cheating on him? Even if he's correct, he's still pathological. So what I mean by that is like, if someone figured out that if you're obsessed with this notion, oh, she's looking at every guy, she's going around behind my back and so on, and then you figure out that it is true. Like 2 years ago, she had an affair, you know, in a moment of weakness. Maybe your response to that would be like, well, okay, let's you know, let's move forward. We can talk about it and so on. But with a pathological person, it's not, it can't be okay. He's got to remain obsessed with it. So the pathology of obsession is there regardless of facts.
This is, we spoke about like J.K. Rowling, where it's like, I don't think she necessarily makes the worst statements sometimes about trans stuff. I could definitely see places where I disagree, but god damn, when you're that fucking obsessed with it, it feels like something else is going on. You know,
Nobody
Jesus,
cares.
Well, the evangelical preacher who's always talking about
gay people and shit. Yeah.
You just know, if not everyone, but you just know that.
Yeah, Jesus, like gay bad. We get it. We don't need to hear like the 37th fucking sermon on it. Like Jesus,
exactly.
Like, tell me you want to take it up the ass without saying you want to take it up the ass. Like Jesus, dude.
Yeah. So it's like, what is the pathology of the right? And it's not just even the dissident right. I think it's actually a lot of the mainstream right does this exact kind of thing. What is it that you want to watch videos of your race being demeaned and their asses kicked?
Almost like some like cuckoldry fetish of like, yeah, like I think. Did you see the Libs of TikTok video yesterday where there was this blue-haired teacher talking to fucking kids about like fucking transing the children? It's like, bro,
why are you watching
that? Oh, that is so unfair, Destiny. Come on. I'm sitting here with a bunch of people making fun of your hair, and then you're gonna go and act like we're yanking it to Libs of TikTok because we love seeing it? No. The reason people are obsessed with Libs of TikTok is because it shows what is actually going on. All of the BS that you're trying to hide and say, oh, that's not happening. It's happening, brother. It's happening. And you can deny it all you want. But it's not some editorialized thing. It's the people themselves just copied and pasted. Where are we? Free Top G, sure. Okay. Mr. Zig says, I'm a rags to riches type of guy. Bless it. Bless the chat and bless you, Indian Jesus. Bless you as well. I appreciate it and appreciate you being here. Hey, we got Trey Williams in the building. What is good? Welcome to the party. So I think that that's dependent on what area I live in. I live in Dallas. We have friendly conversations to random people all the time. But now more people from Cali and New York have come, and we find them to be rude. That's that East Coast, that Northeast, that Northeast attitude. I remember being in Florida, and people would just like talk to me. Like, who the fuck are you? Don't talk to me. I remember I was meeting my cousin in Philly one day. He lived in Florida, but he was taking a trip to Philly, and I don't live too far from Philly. So I was like, yeah, I'll drive out and we'll meet at Love Park. And I got there before him, and I'm sitting by the love sign, and some dude is walking, straight in my direction, like not at me, but kind of, like eventually he walked past me, and I'm like, I'm getting my guard up. Maybe some of the PTSD from the times I've been arrested and always in plainclothes guys and stuff like that. But I'm like, oh God, what do we got? He's walking up. He's getting closer. I'm like, all right, here we go. I'm like, let me grab my keys. I don't have a weapon on me. This is Philly. I don't know what's going on. He's like, hey, how you doing? Nice day today, hey? It's like, yeah, do I know you? Do I know you? That's just how we are. But if you're on our team, Just says Divine Rod, I'm a foodie and love hanging out late night. The food in LA is amazing. In small towns, everyone knows your business, and there's only one Walmart, and everything closes early. This is such a stereotype. I don't mind hanging out with strangers. I've done foodie meetups and game nights. Did you pay for them? And watch the Super Bowl with strangers. Had tons of fun. I mean, nobody's saying that you can't have fun in cities, but you're projecting this idea of something that you don't seem to understand and shitting on it in a way that's not accurate. This is not an accurate representation of how people live. It may be true that things close earlier in smaller towns than in New York City and LA. But okay, like what is it that you need open that you can't do at your house when you have a community? Oh, you need to go to the bar? Oh, no. They have a bar in their basement. They're throwing a barbecue that's lasting 3 days. Like, it's just, I mean, I would take a look. I would take a look at what you think of small towns and really talk to people who live in these small towns and see if this is how they feel about it. Because this ain't it. Traveling is definitely important. 100%. Byron says, I hear you there. Austin is incredible for food. And you guys can answer all of that. Just agrees with Trey. From the South, and people in LA are considered rude, but that's normal for them. That's what the city will do to you. Harley Rose, our resident fact checker, says the biggest city I've lived in was St. Louis at 2.8 million. Smallest village I've lived in was Leopold with 65 people. So was Leopold like what Jess is talking about? Or is she talking out her ass? Never been to Cape Town. But I'll take your word for it. Super chill. Very cool. I don't know how big Cape Town is though. Is that like a big city, or is that like a? I mean, I know it's significant. I just don't know like size wise and how many people. Divine Rod says, when I lived in the small town, I cooked and had big parties, went to huge barbecues. But you are correct, Jess. I carried a camo tarp to hide my vehicle at times. What did Jess say about hiding your car? Are you trying to say that in a small town you had to be more worried about carjacking than in LA?
What?
Just as Kevin Samuels just good one. R.I.P. to the Godfather. Just as my dad moved to a small town called LaGrange, Georgia, and whenever I would visit him, I hated it, but he did like it there. Well, yes, because you were visiting. So if you lived there, then you would have the opportunity to develop the things that you are thinking that don't exist. Why do you think he liked it there? Have you asked him? Rufus says, I'd love to live out of a big city if I could manage a way not to commute every day. Oh my God, never. I would never, ever, 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 ever want to live in the city. Both of my siblings, I have an older brother and a younger sister. They both live in Philly. And I am pretty much equidistant from... What? You know he's dead, right? So is there someone on his channel? What is going on? Hold on, detour. I guess just saying content coming soon. All right. I missed that music. Dead man still getting super chats like a mofo. Oh man. So that's wild. I did not see that coming. I thought that was a joke, and it was a pretty good joke if it was a joke, but it's not a joke. Interesting. I wonder what they're gonna do with that. I'm sure they have somebody who is going to kind of pick up the what's the word? You know what I mean? Pick up the baton, take the baton and take it on. But very cool, very cool. Where do we go? So Harley said Leopold is a village. It has a school, post office, general store, and a volunteer fire department. That is it. So fair enough. So and so you're differentiating a small town from a village, and it sounds more like what Jess is referring to is village lifestyle more than small town lifestyle. Because it's not like, a small town doesn't have your local pub and your like stuff to do. It's not going to be nearly the amount of what's going on with going on in like Austin or LA or New York or anything like that. But it's different. And I think the idea is that those things aren't necessarily what people what brings people happiness. And it may be in the moment a lot of fun, but long term is being a socialite and going out and going to the bars and doing this. Is that the best way to live? Is that what you want to be doing in 20 years? Just saying. Yeah, I'm sure left. Yeah, he did leave it to his family. Interesting to see. Wonder what they're gonna do. Yeah, we're not gonna take too much of a detour on that, but definitely thank you for bringing that up. I definitely got to pay attention to that. Hopefully there is something that we can do with that. Ryan said, I'd love to hear KS and Patrice O'Neill have a chat. Well, if you believe in heaven, you may get that one day. And this was in the, but they got Amazon, right? They got Amazon. Or do they not have Amazon? I don't know how it works. And like, I live in a small town, but it is a legit town. It's a township. So I would assume Amazon isn't just like, screw the villages. But you know, Mr. Zig said, if you really want to visit New York or LA still, I think I'm more New York, East Coast music, but also Vatos Locos forever. Fair enough. I'm definitely an East Coast baby all day. I hate I hate city life, but I will take New York City over. No, I'll take Philly, then New York City, then LA. All right. Let's see. Where the hell were we?
It's almost like some like cuckoldry fetish of like, yeah, like I think. Did you see the Libs of TikTok video yesterday? Where the teacher talking to fucking kids about like fucking transing the children. It's like, bro,
why are you watching? I was talking to a friend who was saying like construction workers, when they'd have an hour off, they're looking at TikTok. And I'm like, what in the hell has gone wrong? I thought you guys would be, like drinking beers or like shooting pool or something.
Oh yeah, gotta be absolute masculine, man. You can't look at the algorithm which you just talked about feeds you exactly what you already want to see. That's not manly.
What the fuck? You're looking at TikTok. And again, it's that like you dive into that world of Libs of TikTok and you think every public school teacher is a crazed lunatic child rapist.
No, you understand that any public school could be a crazed lunatic child rapist. Not that all of them are, but they are there, and they are numerous, and they are outspoken about it. That is what we are talking about. And the fact that Richard Spencer, the alt-right, it's like, well, I don't get it. Just let him go. I don't get it. And so whatever he's going to do next, going from being a Nazi to whatever it is, I can almost guarantee you that he's going to be full of shit.
Something. And it's just this weird, masochistic indulgence in that.
Or like the perfect example of this was that there was that Pew poll that was like, what percentage of Americans do you think are trans?
And people said
it was like 27% of like.
That was fresh and fit. What was it? The dumb one. He's like, oh, like 40%. Oh, actually, no. Am I making that up? That was the flute out. But still, it's overrepresented. But it still has to do with. It's still an issue. Like, just because people are overinflating an issue doesn't mean that it's not an issue. I can agree with you. People are a little up in arms about this. I would argue there's a very good reason for that. And again, if you're the one who's like, oh, well, why do you care? Well, okay, we care. So why are you fighting so hard about it? Putting it on us like we're the ones that started changing genders. If you're the one saying it doesn't matter, then let's just get rid of all this BS. See how they do it? They twist it around. Not quite semantic obfuscation, but definitely not honest. Why is this, Divine Rod? Watching dudes on their phones on job sites is pathetic. What's pathetic about it? What are you watching? What are you watching this on right now?
Like people, and I'm like, bro, are you fucking wild? But then I don't even blame people for thinking about that because it's like Leah Thomas, we're talking about her like 3 weeks on the news. Republicans are so obsessed with trans people right now.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, Jesus, like the national conversation, you would think that like, yeah, half of America is like fucking transed out right now or something. And it's like,
yeah, it's
frustrating.
And why is that? Oh, because an alarming rate, people joining the LGBT community is going up that much. This is the gaslighting, to use their buzzword. This is the gaslighting. Bro, it's not that big of a deal. We're just changing the entire nature of biology. Like, cope. So it's pathetic for them, but it's cool for you because you're not at work. So it's pathetic if you're working to watch things on your phone, but if you're at home, it's totally fine. Is that what we're saying? Just as my dad said he likes the parties. Sounds pretty social to me. But I like museums, beaches, parks, karaoke, new restaurants, theme parks, and dessert places. Random pop-up stuff. There's always something to do here. Again, I would argue that the reason you need so many of these things is because you don't have the social connections that you are seeking. You need these replacements. You need restaurants. You need karaoke. You need theme parks and dessert places and random pop-up stuff because you don't have the social cohesion that a lot of small towns offer. And I'm not saying that that's, anything bad that you're doing, but I'm just presenting maybe if you said it wasn't about doing these things, and I'm sure obviously you enjoy, you're telling me you enjoy doing these things, but the point is that maybe you wouldn't have a need to do all of these things if you just lived in a place where you could throw these big parties and barbecues and have people that could do events at your house. You can do pop-up stuff at your house because you live on 5 acres. This is what these small towns are driven on. I just lived in Atlanta, which is a smaller city, and I do the same stuff over and over and gets old. But again, Atlanta is not a small town. Atlanta is a city. So the idea is that the cities, regardless of size, don't offer what the small towns do. That is the point. So living in Atlanta has nothing to do with that because it's a what? Smaller city. Trey says, damn, I'm working now. I didn't know I was pathetic. Yep.
What?
You're a loser. A loser. According to Divine Rod.
Masochistic hucks is the weird thing. Why are you so obsessed with that?
The thing, when we talk about all of this, and I reiterate this every time I have a debate where I feel like this wasn't productive, we didn't talk about anything worth talking about. The
He specifically said on their lunch break.
reason why I get so upset about some of these issues, or why I get upset about like Matt Walsh signing, or not signing a bill, but going and championing that bill in Mississippi about like not training the kids, is because we have limited attention and we have limited time to speak. And when you speak on some issues, you ignore other issues. So Matt Walsh going to talk about how he supported some bill in Mississippi to keep kids from getting trans. Like Mississippi is ranked 50 out of 50 for infant mortality, and it's ranked 50 out of 50 for childhood poverty. Right. If you care about fucking children, well, not fucking children. If you fucking care about children, let me rephrase that. If you fucking care about children, you gotta speak to these issues. And I'm not saying that you can only talk about one thing at a time, but it's very clear that like
that's definitely going to get me demonetized. So if you could help out, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you again to Jess and Indie Film.
We're very ideologically driven in the things we care about. And I feel like sometimes we dedicate so much of our attention to shit that like isn't that important. And damn, I would say so much of the way that I view life in American politics is, I hate to say this because I never would have said this would have happened when I was 20, but now that I have a child who's 11 years old, it definitely changes the way that I view a lot of society. I'm like, man, there are so many things that would be cool that I could talk about in favor of enriching my child's life, especially if I wasn't rich in terms of enriching my life. And I would just be so upset if every conversation was about fucking trans teachers. Yeah. Like, Jesus Christ, like my kid, like, and I get so sad, like I get emails initially, they're doing a donation drive for like $400 to buy shit for the classroom. And it's like the fact that you even have to do, I live in a wealthy school district. That's fucking insane. You don't have the money to do this. Like, holy shit.
So just ask, am I an introvert or extrovert? I am absolutely an introvert. And I definitely have the, they talk about introverted extroverts or extroverted introverts and whatever. It's non-binary, guys. You're not like a one or the other, but absolutely I'm an introvert. I think you may have been there, you may have dipped out for a minute. But the other night we were in Discord and I was trying to show 2B what, how I actually talk, like if I'm just with friends. And the context was like, I'm not like playing a character for you guys, but I am, like I don't talk like this to my friends. And especially after I've smoked, like you can hear me talking more like this. Like I don't even be like, enunciating and shit like that. Like my parents are always mad at me for mumbling. Like, why are you mumbling? That's how I talk. And then even, like right now I'm doing a show to entertain you guys. So I'm kind of bringing it up. And then even in Discord, I want that to be fun as well. So I make sure that I'm understandable. And then sometimes I do legitimately get heated, but that's not my my natural thing. I'm very, very much an introvert. Hey, we got Jared S. Idol in the building. Welcome to the party. Another great author and YouTuber. Getting that link for you right now. Please definitely go check him out. I think you said you were taking a little break, but he's definitely coming back to it. I just dropped the link and very interesting and artistic stuff. Really love it. He was a guest on the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast before I was the Indian Jesus. That was my podcast. And we had a very cool conversation. You cannot see it anymore. Oh, Jared, just from you being here, you just gave me an idea. So I have, I don't know if you can sign up for memberships yet, but I did apply for that. And then there's just the basic level that if you just wanted to support the channel and whatever, there's not really much that comes with it. But I'm gonna do, some stuff in Discord, and then there's higher levels. But I have just, decided that anybody who is a member of the channel is going to get access to all of the previous podcast content. That is 2 different podcasts that I did over the course of 3 years that you cannot find unless I give it to you. So memberships if you would like. But welcome to the party. We are talking with the Punch a Nazi guy and Destiny about how the Punch a Nazi guy is no longer a Nazi, apparently.
But we're just talking about like grooming teachers and teachers with weird fucking pronouns. I was like, fuck, there are so many more important conversations we should be having.
Are there though? Are there though? I really do think that making sure that our children are not being brainwashed and mutilated. I don't know what could be more important than that, but please, Destiny, let me know.
This gets to what I think has been a theme of this discussion, which is just we've lost this bigger channel of who we are and what we want to assert, and we're endlessly like drowning in fragmentation and nonsense. And
so all we need to do is stop gatekeeping morality from religion, or stop religion from gatekeeping morality. We'll be all good.
Yeah, it's where we are though.
It's amazing how not a single thing that we've ever watched. Because I've had this idea about dogmatic thinking and semantic obfuscation long before I started talking about it on here. It's amazing how not one thing that we've ever watched, and of course I pick what we watch, but I don't necessarily know exactly what's going to be said, and I disagree with a lot of stuff that happens here. Not one thing has come up that hasn't fallen directly in line with either dogmatic thinking or semantic obfuscation, or both. Or both. That's what it is. So Jared was falling behind doing the final read through of his new novel. Drop the name. What is the name of that novel? Taking a week off of doing current thoughts. Yeah, the current thoughts. Very cool. But what's the new novel?
Is there a part of you that has some respect for somebody like Matt Walsh or Chris Rufio, who's clearly, who's, I would say that if we take those two and we look at them in comparison to maybe like the career arcs that you and Milo went through in 2016, it's like they have seemed to be quite a bit more effective at pushing their ideas into the mainstream and making this a constant source of conversation, even if their overall disposition might be a little cynical.
Definitely.
Take a look out for Servant of Seduction coming out whenever Jared puts it out.
I mean, in the sense of Milo, Richard Spencer flaming out or, flying too close to the sun and burning, fair criticism. I would say, though, that Matt Walsh and Rufio
are worse than you, Milo, and Gavin McGinnis? Come on, bro. Come on.
Have a tremendously greater support system than I did, in the sense that
because they're mainstream on their ideas, they're not pushing boundaries, right? Matt Walsh and shit, right?
Right.
Because Milo and Spencer are living at the edges of like what is acceptable, and then oftentimes.
Oh, so you're a fan of what they're saying? You're a fan of what Milo and Ye are doing right now? Is that what you're saying, Destiny? Because it seems like everything that you've said about it that I've watched, you said that they're out of their minds and they're crazy. But now you seem to be complimenting how hard they're going. They're the real edgy ones. Maybe conservatism has never been about being edgy. Maybe it's just about conserving what already is. Hence the name, conservative.
It's going beyond it.
Right.
But like Matt Walsh is like, he's fucking employed by the fucking Daily Wire,
No
right?
doubt.
Like this is not a guy that's living on the edge of life. Like
Look,
he's
and
very
he was like a
The
Daily
fact that
Wire
they were-
C-lister for a long time.
Sure,
too,
the
right?
fact that they were trying to pay Crowder like $30 million for a
50.
YouTube
Yeah.
show, I mean, that is totally nuts.
To anyone who has
Why is that totally nuts? People watch YouTube. It's about money. To act like that's some ideological move is completely dishonest.
any
demonstrate
doubts
that.
about how valuable you could be within the conservative world, that was a moment for
Exactly.
me. I'm like, oh, okay, so these guys are fucking killing it. Okay.
Yes,
yeah, I mean,
they are.
talking about being canceled by everybody. It's like,
Right, and
Crowder
you're,
shooting
you're
down
better
like
than Crowder. I mean, not that that's a high bar. I mean, it's like they.
He took a stick. He's going to the college campuses trying to have his mind changed.
Bro, that was
Nope, he's just a dude. I mean, I think he is bi, but no, just a dude.
That was a good idea. I copied that shit. It was a good video.
Yeah, but so there is a massive infrastructure that is going to support them. Rufio worked with creationism and young Earth stuff.
Who gets that reference? Please, somebody get that reference.
Before he's now gone into this kind of race baity critical race theory, but there's a big infrastructure of conservatism behind them, and so that, I mean, I can grant them something in the sense that Matt Walsh is articulate, but that's about it.
If you were in charge of the books in your child's library, what would be the ones that you'd want to remove?
Genderqueer, Just the Tip, These Big Nuts, The Bluest Eye, and what was the fifth one I just drew? I'm actually going to look it up because it is that crazy. Let's see if I can find it right quick. It's 2 names. It's like Frank and Bob or something like that. I can't find it. No. Okay. I don't know where it is. But yeah, that's 4. Genderqueer, Just the Tip, These Big Nuts, and The Bluest Eye. Those are the books that I would want removed from the library. You can still buy them on Amazon and Barnes and Noble all you want. Just take them out of children's libraries. Mr. Zig says, I think Adam has now befriended Loser Destiny to get on Pearl's pod. They already did a thing with Adam and Pearl already did a thing together. I think it was on this platform. Adam being there was very unusual and a lot of heads together. Okay.
The Bible.
Jesus.
Wow. Didn't see that coming.
No, I say that was a bit of a joke. I mean, I am very critical of Abrahamic religion,
Right.
but I do think, in a way, you need to read the Bible. I think most Christians haven't read the Bible; they know almost next to nothing about it. You need to read it and really understand it. So that was a joke. But which ones would I remove? I mean,
Yeah.
it's a kind of non-issue because it's like,
Is it though? It's a non-issue. It's a non-issue that P-file men and doing things to young boys are explicitly described, sometimes with pictures. It's a non-issue.
What?
You're either not paying attention or you're evil. You are evil. If you think it's okay to put pornography in front of children and steal their innocence, you are evil.
okay, I don't want I have a son and daughter. I don't want them reading some of these just kind of weird shit, that Matt Walsh is complaining about. I agree, and they're not going to.
Okay.
But like, what am I seriously concerned about? Being that they're kind of pushing preteen, it's watching hardcore pornography on an iPad.
Okay, but you have control over that. You have way more control over what your children are watching on your devices that you give them than what the government puts in front of their faces while you're not even allowed to be there. And if you speak up, they call you a domestic terrorist. What are we talking about?
That's endlessly more impactful on their psyche than
That's a good point.
maybe you.
That is not a good point. That is not a good point. We've had hardcore porn forever. Forever. In terms of, technology. That was one of the first things that technology was used for. I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
Went to the library and saw a gay book where it's like cartoon characters. And so it's like, let's go after the real thing. That is a really serious issue. And
So adults performing sexual acts is the real problem. That's the real serious issue. But children being brought into that world, that's a non-issue.
What?
Now, math ain't mathin'.
again, in mid-40s, I can remember internet porn when it was first coming out, and like the page would load slowly, like it would take a few minutes. It was almost like a strip tease in a kind of funny way.
Half the time it just wouldn't load. You just left waiting.
Right.
Or you didn't get the right.
That's I mean I don't agree that prawn is that bad. I think just like anything else, people can abuse it and get too in the weeds. But that's not something. That's not the hill I'm willing to die on. But absolutely, it's created from a whole different issue. That's a whataboutism if I ever seen one.
Video. Your real player opens and it's
Dude.
Video. What are you
fucking-
talking about?
Well, I was on Kazaa, so we downloaded videos there, and instead of getting like a this 30 fucking minute porn video of some woman sucking a dick, it ends up being like the whole album of like Limp Bizkit, and it's like the clean version, and it's like fuck me, I guess. Yeah.
Right.
Fuck that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think this kind of stuff is
Oh,
so
my
much
back
more
will crack.
serious than just some library
no.
book that they're probably not going to. I mean, they're reading a book. That's probably like a good step forward to begin.
This shows the ignorance. Well, if they're reading a book, well, if you think that prawn is so bad, and then you're saying, well, they're reading prawn, it's a good step forward. You're just showing your ignorance. You don't know. What books are they? As if there's no books. There's an answer to that question. You're just too lazy or stupid to figure it out.
With.
I think
But they're not really willing to do that. I mean, I think there's this anxiety about culture in general, and they try to solve this problem in kind of the dumbest way possible.
it can't be solved in schools. Have you
No.
ever? I hate to be this guy, but I'll always be this guy. Have you ever watched The Wire?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm one of. Have you seen it?
I've never seen The Wire.
I'm one of those guys that watches The Wire and says it's the greatest show.
I watched it like a couple years ago, so
Oh,
it's still
sure.
sort of fresh in my
Yeah.
mind.
So you remember? I think season 4 was about the schools, right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. You. By the time the kid is at school, you're not fixing his problems. Like you're
Right.
fucked at that point.
Right.
Especially, God, you got these teachers making fucking $42,000 a year.
Oh
or
my
whatever,
God,
or
every other
$38,000 a
word.
year, and they're tasked with what is arguably or almost inarguably the most important job in our country is educating our children. And they're compensated like shit. They're put in positions they set up to fail in a lot of the times, and they're tasked with like fixing problems and creating children who are already like fucked before they even get into the classroom because of how fucked the family life can be sometimes.
No doubt.
And the idea that like we're gonna write culture or do something from the classroom is like, bro, there's like so much other things outside of that.
Well, look, the grooming issue. I mean, I perhaps we don't want to talk about this, but I mean, the grooming issue. So much of this takes place at home,
Sure.
and it takes.
If he goes to the woke parents who are showing kids books like genderqueer and stuff like that, then I'll agree with him. But otherwise, no, because it only takes one teacher to indoctrinate 100 kids. So even if one family, one parent is doing, that's only their kid, and guess what? It's their kid. So you may not agree with what they're doing, but that is their kid. Socialists don't have kids; they have yours.
Takes place in really terrible ways that it's not
Discord
about
rooms and shit.
it's not even about homosexuality. It's something kind of sicker, but it's like that's a real issue. I don't even know how to solve that problem, actually. The grooming that takes place in churches, that's a very serious
Man,
issue.
very
You don't hear
anti-religion.
Chris Rufio talk about that.
Yeah.
You know, they want to
Okay,
put it on
we can agree there.
public school teachers or whatever. So again, it's just they're dealing with this anxiety and they're not solving the problem. I mean, I think the porn issue
Okay, so what's your solution? Again, another person here. Well, everybody else is doing it wrong. I don't have anything better, but everybody else is wrong.
does have to be solved because we've never lived in a world like this where I can within 30 seconds I can have whatever fantasy or nightmare I could ever conceivably imagine just immediately accessible.
What
Well, besides the last 20 years, right?
would be a reasonable approach towards, stopping the spread of porn or whatever the?
He's not gonna have an answer.
I think it could come in hand in hand with legalizing prostitution.
Mm.
And so whenever you hear Christians talk about porn, they get it completely wrong. They basically say things like it inspires rapists, it makes people want to go out and have extramarital affairs. It does the exact opposite. In fact, it's a sex substitute. You watch porn because you're not having sex. If anything, it's going to reduce rape or extramarital.
It actually, studies
affairs.
show that it does reduce sexual assault. I don't know if it reduces the amount of sex, but when it comes to violent sexual crime, sexual assault in countries that legalize things like prostitution, those numbers tend to come down.
Right. And look, what is the big problem right now? When I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, it was teenage pregnancy. They're having sex at school. Like, what are we going to do about it? What is the issue now?
Sexlessness, yeah.
Loneliness.
Mm.
And those numbers,
So how does that go to your argument that these videos are so bad? If we went from an age where there was these videos and we had all these teen pregnancies and then these videos didn't go away and now kids aren't even having sex, what is your argument? What is your point? What is the thing that these videos are doing? Nothing. Oh, okay. Except for the people who abuse them. Same thing happens with people who drink and drive. Same thing that happens with people who abuse drugs. Like alcohol, which are legal. I mean, come on.
No
teenage
friends
pregnancies and stuff
even.
have fallen,
Remember
like,
teen
significantly.
pregnancy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
We
No
used to
one's
talk
remember,
about it all the fucking time. Never hear
16
about
and
it.
pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right after school special stuff.
Yeah, as soon as we stopped with the hub videos, then that went away.
That's not the issue now. So whether you can prove it or not, there's this major coincidence between ubiquity of porn and sexlessness. It's this grand irony that I don't think we fully comprehended.
It's
And
like
so-
we take these problems, we fix them, and we make like the newest ones in the funniest fucking way. I think the funniest thing now is I think we're gonna get to a point where vaping is more pervasive than fucking cigarette smoking was
Well,
for teens.
I think
I'm addicted to nicotine lozenges. I'll admit
Oh
it.
shit, are you a vapor then?
I'm not a vapor. No,
Okay, okay.
I just I don't know if you guys may have seen me with the wooden thing, the fume, where it's not an actual vape. It's just like a scented core that has stuff, and then you pull on it, and it's supposed to give you the same ritualistic thing without the nicotine. And they just the reason it didn't work was because I mouth pull with these. So like I don't just I pull it into my mouth, and then that's how I suck it in. So I'll pull it. Haven't inhaled, then you inhale, and then you blow it out. And so I couldn't do that with the fume, but they came out with a version 2 that has airflow. And so I just emailed them. I'm like, yeah, hear me out. We all know that you're getting your money based on the cores that go into the thing and not on the actual fume thingy itself. Let me just get one. I got a growing YouTube channel. I'll tell everybody about it. They'll see me using it. And then on top of that, I'll tell them how great their customer service was. So we'll see how that goes.
I've got one in right now.
Oh,
I need that
Jesus,
little
yeah.
nicotine
Yeah.
kick, but I got addicted to an anti-smoking aid, which is kind of funny.
Me
Yeah, but I mean,
too.
vaping was originally, or
Yeah.
am I inventing this?
No, it's
Vaping was
true, yeah.
originally like get rid of, you
Exactly.
can wean off
Yep.
smoking, and now you
Yeah.
can vape
And
instead.
if you look at the
Yep.
graph of like teenage cigarette use, it just absolutely
Plummeted.
plummets, and then the vaping just
Takes
explodes.
off, and now you've got kids vaping that would have never smoked cigarettes,
Yeah.
but now
Okay,
they're
I-
vaping and doing tricks and
I
shit.
went
And that's like,
I don't care about this.
snowboarding
We're
the other
gonna
day for the
move
first time,
on.
and I'm waiting at the bottom of the hill for my girl because she fell about 18 fucking times coming down the hill,
Uh-huh.
and I see countless people who hit the bottom of the hill and immediately take off their glove, reach into
All right. So we're moving on to Destiny talks about teachers being one of the most important jobs that's extremely
have you
underpaid.
ever, I hate to be this guy, but I'll always be this guy. You ever watch The Wire?
Oh, we passed that already? Was that not the? That was. Oh, okay. Okay. So Destiny talks about positive movements America has done. All
Example
right.
of vaccines and masks and everything. The United States, and this is one of the reasons why I was so angry about Trump kind of dragging his feet initially on the COVID stuff. When the United States puts its mind to something, I do see like flashes of like this is the greatest country in the world, fucking bar none. Because when we are unified on an issue, and regardless of how you feel about Ukraine, the way that we approached that was one of those things where we were unified on it. The United
Were we though? We were united on how we went into Ukraine. I don't think that's true.
States had a mission and a goal, and we carried through. We followed through in a way like, holy fuck. When we put our minds to something in the United States, we can do amazing things.
Yeah, when we put our mind to stealing money from taxpayers to give it to other countries, wow, we can do amazing things.
Mailing out COVID tests to everybody, the vaccine shit, and a lot of people don't like the vaccine shit, the PPE that we eventually started to do when we finally took it seriously. If the United States is unified on something, we have so much potential good power that we can throw at a problem. We
Agreed.
just can't fucking agree on what any of the fucking problems are anymore, you know?
I was gonna.
It's so frustrating. It's so much wasted potential.
I agree, and everything, as you were saying, I mean, everything becomes hyper polarized immediately.
Everything.
Where a mask wearing is like means you're a liberal,
Yeah.
or something like
You're
that.
like a
It's
bot, you're an
very weird.
NPC. Or like sending rockets to Mars is cool. Oh, you want to send a rocket to Mars because you
Sending rockets to Mars is cool. Don't tell me you never played with the those little rocket kits where you built the thing and it has an engine. That's cool. That's cool. If you don't think that's cool.
don't care to fix the environment on Earth and you think we can escape to another planet? No, motherfucker, I think it's cool to land shit on Mars. Fuck you. Yeah, it's so
As
frustrating.
long as we're on the smoking topic, I just want to throw this out there: is that now in California you can't buy Newports or you can't buy menthol cigarettes because black people like them too much and they are bad for people. So as a result, they've been essentially banned. And I know multiple people who are like getting cartons of Newports in the mail and shit. And I mean, on one hand,
Because prohibition works so well.
I guess, yeah, banning Newports is going to mean less dead black people, which is good. But at the same time, there is a big part of me that's like, well, if they want to fucking smoke them, who the hell are we to be telling them that they can't?
There's got to be a comic of like a dude, like two people are on the fucking sidewalk and one guy's got like a menthol and another dude's smoking like weed and the cop comes up and he busts a dude smoking a menthol cigarette. Like, holy, like some guy, like Demolition Man stuck from the 80s into today's world. Or like, bro, you're going to get in trouble for that. The guy's on the fucking, weed. Like, yeah, this guy is maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, I
What
don't
a
know.
world. Yeah.
Is it the government's job to save people from stuff that they actually genuinely
Nope.
I think it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Nope. It is not the government's job to save people from themselves. It is the government's job to protect us from other entities, other countries. And that's it.
It is. We need sugar taxes because again,
We need sugar taxes. As much as I can give credit to Destiny for being more reasonable than maybe anybody else who shares his opinions, that's insane.
left to our own devices.
Yep.
People are fucking bro. Like even I'm fucking. If you put me in my house and I got nothing to I'll fucking masturbate for.
I love how they blank out the R-tarded words, but letting the F-bombs just fly. Some of us are trying to make some money here, please. All right? I'm not rich. I don't have a studio like you. I'm just here.
12 hours. I won't fucking do anything if I don't have a job. If I don't got a fucking stream, I don't have shit to do. I'll sit around and I'll jerk off all day and do nothing. And
I'd
it's
like
just
to see your
That makes you a loser. That's not people. That just makes you a loser.
analytics during that 12-hour period. Like, what's your heart rate like during that? I don't know if I can handle that.
It's probably not even high. It's like, oh,
Could you wear
9
the Whoop
o'clock,
band
like
so we
another
could
fucking.
I want to know what's going on in your body during that.
But like and it's funny because fuck, everybody knows this, and also simultaneously everybody pretends like it's not true. I'll bully conservatives. Conservatives will do this thing where it's like, fuck college, don't go to school, it's not important, blah blah blah. Also, fuck the elites. The elites are rigging the system, and it's like, what are the elites?
How are those mutually exclusive? How are those mutually exclusive? I would love to hear how he's going to say that you can't that you know the college institution has been corrupted, and also the elites are behind that corruption. How is that inconsistent?
Elites do with all their fucking kids. They all send them to the best fucking schools. You think that Warren Buffett
Yes, they are the elites that we're talking about. What?
is sending his kids to like, you know, like a 2-year college to become an electrician or plumber? No,
Warren Buffett is not the one complaining about the elites because he is an elite. What are you talking about, bro? You are straight up talking out your ass.
these guys are all going to Ivy League. What was the scandal like fucking 5 years ago where a whole bunch of white people were trying to rig these schools to get their kids into them?
Right.
Because you know, and what do successful people always say? When you're successful, you know this. I'm sure we all know this at this point. Surround yourself with successful people, right? You never. What do you say to drug addicts when they get out of rehab? Stop hanging out with your druggy friends.
You just said like 9 different things and none of them were connected.
We have to work to create a better environment because people will only succeed as much as their environment allows them to, except for some truly exceptional individuals. But those guys are exceptional because they are the exception. It's not the norm.
That's humanity. Most people, there's this thing. I don't know, Destiny, if you've heard of it. It's called the bell curve. And they call it the bell curve because it looks like a bell. And no matter what it is, the bell curve usually fits directly on any statistics of how different people act. You have a very small number of people on the high end, a very small number of people on the low end, and most people fall in the middle. There is no government policy that you can do to change that.
You put people in shitty environments, they're gonna be shitty people. It's not even their fault. So yeah, if the government
It's
can
not their
do
fault.
fucking anything, it should be to kind of like gently massage and guide us in like a relatively positive direction. And if you want to jerk off or smoke a menthol every now and then, fine, but there should be a bit of friction there. Whether it's a fucking crack.
Why? If you want to yank it and smoke a cigarette, you deserve friction in your life. But if you want to go to a prostitute or you want to drink alcohol, you're all good. That's consistent, right?
Credit card for porn site, or whether it's, you know, an extra $20 for a sin tax on cigarettes, but something to kind of like guide you in the right direction.
But just the taxes on the cigarettes clearly wasn't working because they decided to eliminate the
Well, the
flavors
problem
out here and
taxes will work. There's got to be higher.
stuff. Yeah, they have $20
A loser.
packs of cigarettes in New York City.
Damn.
I mean,
But they also have
probably
legal weed in New York City now too. So.
but you could get a pack of cigarettes for like $4 in a lot of the country,
Sure.
which is pretty unreal.
God, I remember my grandma used to buy cartons. Do you remember those? Did you
Yeah.
ever buy cartons?
All right,
I think it was like $20 for like a whole for a full. It was like 10 or 12.
All right, so we got Destiny talks about the positive movement. Adam talks about what words? So Destiny on men being stuck in traditional mindsets. All right, let's go to that.
Different people are engaging in breeding who made the vote. And so a lot of the alpha types, guys who are completely reckless, knocking up women left and right, etc. Whatever you want to say about them, they are going to survive.
Facts.
hyper religious, Christian people, like they are going to have a future. Rich people who maybe want a trophy wife and 2 trophy kids, whatever you want to say about it, they're going to have a future.
And Tim Pool talks about this all the time. Is that the liberal agenda has a lot to do with people not reproducing and lowering the population. They're telling you that it's okay that if you do get pregnant to kill your baby, but you probably won't get pregnant because you should mutilate your children so that they're sterilized. Now, I'm being hyperbolic there, but you're not seeing that on the right, and that this is just underlining what Spencer's saying.
So I think we're in this bottleneck of reproduction, and we're hearing these like screams from the people who are getting left behind. And it's the incel, community. It's the people attracted to Andrew Tate in the manosphere. It's the people shooting up a massage parlor. Like there's a lot of pain going on because we are in a really intense bottleneck. Right
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I'm gonna go down a whole fucking 2 hours of Red Pill conversation. I guess my broadest sense, I feel like this is something I've talked about a lot because there's a lot of Red Pill content lately. I feel like there are 2 really unique things that are happening right now for women. One is they have control over their reproduction, so they have access to sex without it being a permanent affair. And 2, they're actually making money now, a lot of money.
He might be.
So they don't need a man for a paycheck. I think something that's been really challenging for men is women have done a really good job at being feminine, getting feminine, learning all that shit in the household. But now they've grown up and they've assumed all of the traditionally masculine roles as well. And the value
and they've forgotten how to embody their feminine selves.
Proposition that the average man now has for a woman is under threat. Because before it was like, I earn money. Do you want to?
Real quick. So I'm always curious about this kind of stuff. Like, what's a very common item to buy? Like, how much does it cost for like a gallon of milk in US dollars in South Africa? Or like a carton of eggs or something like that. I'm always curious about that stuff. I always says, sure, liberals are lowering the population, but to be honest, I don't think that's a bad thing. They won't survive while others will. I mean, we definitely need more people. There's not enough people, but there's also too many people. There's not enough people to replace the infrastructure that's been there, but there's also too many people that we need to continue creating that infrastructure. So it's a very complicated, nuanced discussion, and I'm not smart enough to know the answer, but I do know that people like Bill Gates, who are talking about population control, are not doing it because they want you to have a happier life. That I do know.
To get married because you're not going to earn any money, and if you want to have a family or do anything in life, you basically need to be attached to me because I have a paycheck. And now when a woman has a paycheck, like, what is the value proposition from an average man, right? She can fuck. It's not hard to get sex, and she can do it without even getting pregnant, so she doesn't need you to be married to her for sex. And she's working. So like, if you have an average job, like, you need more than that. And I think men have had a really hard.
And then they hit the wall, and then they're sad, and then they buy a dog, and then they call me, and then they don't want to do the I'm a dog trainer for the first time here, and doesn't work out. It doesn't work out. The most unhappy demographic of women are unmarried women over 30, specifically over 50.
Hard time catching up, and that women have grown and evolved. Whether you can blame affirmative action.
Resident fact checker.
Women have evolved so much, and I think men are still kind of stuck in this like 60s, 70s mindset where it's like
tuned to the world. Like men's fashions might take like a decade or 2 to change. Women's fashions will change in like 2 weeks.
Sure, and we're finding out that women
they're more tuned.
Right.
They can kind of evolve.
Again, I don't care about
it's a
women's
hard
fashion.
push to get like, because how do you encourage men to like level up to the same amount? Because like truly, men. It even sounds gay to say, even when I say like men need to grapple with like the feminine side of like being able to have good conversations, being emotionally responsive and intelligent, being able to provide like a good sounding board for women. Like these are the things that a lot of women like truly value in relationships. But when you go online, what's the dating advice? Be more masculine, be more threatening. And it's like, bro, that's good.
I was just covering this in the video that I dropped, the It's Complicated reaction, specifically talking about this, about how the idea of toxic masculinity is completely BS, and that all toxic masculinity is behavior that manifests when there's a lack of masculinity and happens to come from a man. It's just toxic behavior that happens to come from a man, because if you are masculine, you are not doing the things that are labeled toxically masculine because you are masculine. You don't need to be more threatening and puff your chest out because you are already confident in yourself, which is a sign of what? Masculinity. This is the semantic obfuscation part. He's not wrong in what he's saying. He's just, the words that he's using don't comport with the reality that actually is.
Gonna work for like 1% of the ultra masculine guys.
Right.
But like it's not like the average guy is like not masculine enough to pick up a woman. Like a woman can go and fuck it. Like if she wants to fuck an alpha dog, she can get on Tinder and do that. And I feel like we have a really hard time right now getting men to catch up. Also because it's just not politically popular or viable to talk about helping men because fuck men. That's like what society says, right? So when women will start to out earn men. They will do it because they're killing us in college.
Already happened.
In some communities, they're starting to. They're killing us in college. And the idea, I've had school faculty.
Work is more suited to them. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
because a lot of it is
multitasking, all the office
and
stuff
service
better,
work and like communicating with humans and stuff.
Right.
I think men can do it, but we're just not socially conditioned to do it. Like traditionally, we thought that women can't do math. They're not going to succeed in school. They're not going to do these things. But as soon as we like cater we don't even change the environment. We just like cater to women a little bit more. Now we find out, well, fuck, maybe women are actually better at school than men. Like if you went to school, I don't know if you guys ever had this, but if you're asking somebody for notes, bro, if you ask a guy for notes, you're getting some fucking like schizoid Jeffrey Dahmer, like I can't fucking read this shit. And then you ask girls, and it's like, oh yeah, and you've got like bookmark sections with like.
This is all having to do with the way that schools are set up, and they are better for the female mind. It's not that women are better at school. It's not that women are inherently smarter than men. It's the style of teaching where you have to sit in one spot and listen is more in line with how the female brain works. This is not new information. And I know that he knows this, and I know that he's had these kind of conversations.
Highlighters.
I remember having that experience constantly in school, just like looking at the girl next to me's homework and just being like, oh, this was a lot easier for you to like organize your thoughts and to really smooth out this whole process. Whereas for me to even sit down for an hour and work on my schoolwork is like pulling.
I want to kill myself. I'm actually I was really good at math in high school. I did a lot of calculus, and even I cried in grade school. I don't want to sit and do 30 fucking hours of math homework because it's boring to me. Whereas women have like no problem. They're like, oh yeah, I'll do this. Just because I think the temperament is a little different. But regardless, what I'm saying is that like we've learned this. Women are growing and evolving and changing in all these ways, and we kind of like left men behind. We're not like helping men like figure it out. It's politically unpopular to talk about it, and the only people giving advice, in my opinion, are giving dog shit advice to do it. And it's like a fuck you world. Yeah.
It's so weird that we come to the same conclusion that men are being forgot about and ished on all over in society, but the way that he gets to that conclusion is so like I don't get it. But this is why I like to watch it, because he does somehow get there. That like yes, men are being treated in society in a way that any other group would not be okay. Other than that, though, I don't really know what he's saying.
It's absolutely true.
So I know there is, we're in the last 20 minutes because I skipped the first 20 minutes to see if I want to skip the first 20 minutes or the last 20 minutes. And, okay, so we're just about to get to
I think this might be changing a little bit.
So they're going to get into a religion topic. It's going to be fun.
Sort of even like so-called redshirting boys, putting them in lower school a lot later. So, putting them at lower school in like age 7, like in kindergarten, age 7, just because we do have different. I mean, again, it's like politically incorrect to say that men and women have different brains, but like there's just a different evolution and a later blooming. The fact that this is being talked about in mainstream is pretty good, but I think it's also kind of a band-aid on the bigger problem of like being a lumberjack dude. There are jobs like that. There are jobs like that where I live, no doubt.
But it's largely a vestige of the past.
Exactly,
and you don't have.
It's a vestige of the past. So we don't need people to go on fishing boats. We don't need people to work on oil rigs. We don't need truckers. We don't need garbage men. Those are relics of the past. Wrong.
Value. Yeah. Why does I don't need a lumberjack. Yeah. I work at fucking H&R Block. Like I make.
Okay. How you work at H&R Block? You work in the building or you work at home? You work at home? Oh, okay. So you don't need a lumberjack to build the house that you live in? I think you do. You've just been so far removed from the reality of the men that are still living that life. They have created a world for you to not even understand how much you need them.
Money. Right. Yeah, I have to. And then like these red pill guys.
Facts.
Don't you want somebody to protect you? It's like I call the fucking cops.
There's very little.
Oh my God! Did he really just say the cops? So first of all, I thought the left was all about abolish the police. Da, 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 da. Second of all, if somebody breaks into your house and you call the cops, good luck. What's the average response time? Especially in rural areas. He lives in Miami now, I think. So it's probably pretty decent. But what about in not even like a Wyoming? Let's take Ohio. What is the average response time throughout all of Ohio? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, and he is way too smart to be making these arguments. The more times I say that, the more I realize, the first time I was saying like, oh, he's smart, he should know this. I was wondering like, okay, maybe he's just, caught up in the moment, he doesn't see it, maybe he's doing this on purpose. He's doing this on purpose. He's purposely obfuscating the reality to make him look good. And I mean, hey, hate the grift, not the grifter, I guess. But he says men prefer to be more active and logical. Women prefer to be more calm and creative. That's why women tend to perform better in academic schools, while men tend to perform better in trade schools. This is well known. This is well known. But he's just acting like what? Like men are just worse, and then saying, but yeah, men, society treats men so bad. Well, maybe it's your stupid rhetoric that doesn't make sense that contributes to that. Did you ever think of that? Of course not.
To be protected.
Yeah, and what is the biggest threat to a woman in the household? It's a fucking intimate partner. Yeah, it's like, Jesus, you gotta have more.
Well, if she's a woman, then she's much more at risk. Oh, you forgot about that stat, didn't you, homie?
More than that, bro. Yeah, but it's hard. But again, like I said, you even sound gay saying it, like being more emotional. And it's like, no, women don't want.
See, it's not gay to be emotional, bro. For you to have to say, well, I know it sounds gay. That's your lack of masculinity. Being able to say, yes, men should be more emotional. How come I can say that and not have to caveat it so that people won't think I'm gay? But you do. And you are kind of gay. Like, actually gay, not like, I'm gay. Maybe it's a lack of masculinity. Yeah, call the cops and bring a body bag. That's all they can do for you.
That they want a guy that's, again, if you can hit the top 1% of masculinity, the value proposition is there. If you're a shredded fucking bodybuilder who's like charismatic and you're earning, 6-figure salary, then sure, you could do it. But for 99% of your audience, they're getting left in the fucking dust. They're not going to do that.
Yeah.
And again, I just have to bring this up that despite the fact that may be true, of those 99% who aren't going to be the next Andrew Tate, they are still going to be better off than they have just stayed at home whacking it like you would. So I don't understand what your issue is.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. That advice is horrible. Yeah, no doubt.
No, it's not.
Acting like Andrew Tate and you're a schlub.
Only works if you're Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think, again, it's just that bigger issue of like, how do we construct a world where that type of man is going to be valued? Because
get rid of dogmatic thinking and point out semantic obfuscation. That's how.
We're going to have, whether we like it or not, we're going to have those types of men. And I do want to value them. I think there's something like, I might not even be their best friend or something, but I like the fact that they're like dudes who are cool and manly, drink beer and watch football.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
I like it. I think we need that. And so it's kind of like, what?
Notice how he didn't have to say, like, I know it sounds gay that I'm saying I like dudes like that, but it's because he's confident in saying, yes, I want more people like that. I'm like that. I want to have a world where you can be a traditional man and just be a man the way that used to be, that sentence used to mean.
What can we do for them? That, obviously stop demeaning them, but like, what can we do economically and socially for them? I think it's a huge question.
Have you seen the fucking God, there's some woman on Twitter, I think she's on TikTok, but I see it blowing up on Twitter, where she's putting out videos of her being like traditionally feminine, like taking care of the houses, and progressives are fucking losing their mind.
Yeah.
Before we get on to that, Harley says, no, men should not be more emotional. Men should have understanding and control of their emotions. Emotional men are unstable and can be dangerous. So I think this is just semantics. I think generally when people are talking about being more emotional, they are talking about being in touch with your emotions and having an understanding of what those are and the ability to control them. So I agree, but I don't, not to be more emotional, but more emotionally intelligent. What do we got here? Is anything? No, okay.
Like, calling this woman like all sorts of things.
The trad mom.
Yeah. Like you're enforcing hierarchies and oppressive traditional generals. Like, bro,
I keep
I
bringing
kind of hate this too, though, because it's like the ultimate pick me kind of thing.
it is, but fuck, I mean, if people want to do what they want to do, let them do what they want to do.
But it's like using your life. It's like you're not contributing something to the conversation. You are a mascot for something.
Oh, the projection. You, sir, are not added into the conversation. You, sir, are a mascot for something, and I don't even know what.
And it's just the other end of the girl who's like, I don't ever shave my armpits, and I think guys should accept me even if I'm an asshole.
I keep
and
bringing
blah,
up the trad mom identity to different like OnlyFans girls and stuff, and I am kind of surprised by how positive the reaction I get to it is. And usually it's either, yeah, I can imagine myself being on that kind of level in a few years, or
Because they wish they could. That is inherent in most women to want to fall into that role. But they've been brainwashed to think that that's a bad thing for them to even think. While we're not supposed to kink shame or fat shame or victim shame or any kind of shame, we're shaming women for wanting to be women.
or I can imagine myself doing that right now, or I'm just making too much money right now, but at some point I could see myself just wanting to settle down and be a mom. And I think if anything, the experience of being this social media OnlyFans creator is probably like really showing women that this is not forever, and that there's probably a version of domestication that you would rather be a part of.
Sure.
Yep. That you would rather be a part of.
Well,
All right. I think they're
we never
getting
know,
into
this
that
is a-
last chapter
That's what it keeps
here.
on-
Religion.
No,
So you guys are going to be more in favor of this part of the conversation on Richard Spencer than I am, but let's do it.
I mean, is there anything pressing that kind of stands out to you that we might want to touch on?
Could I do this?
Sure.
I need to take a quick bathroom break.
Great idea. Yeah. we
And
could further
yeah,
the,
maybe, but I'll come back.
I said shit. Me
Okay.
too.
Okay, we're back from our obligatory urinary break. Anything else that we should?
I'm a
you have time
professional.
to think, I guess, while you're.
I'm a
urinating.
professional. I pee in a bottle.
God.
Stop the damn show.
Heard about him? Yeah.
Not a big fan.
I'm
Not
seeing
a
the
big
blue
fan.
hair. I'm thinking he's not so popular on this
Yeah,
side of
true.
the table. Yeah. What do you think about God in this day and age?
Well,
As an Apolloist?
Ooh.
right.
Is that
Yeah.
how we say it?
Apolloist is what
Okay.
we're going with. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the
Wait, is the Apolloist? That's his religious thing? Harley, can you check on what the hell that means?
death of God is something that's extremely important and I think relates to almost everything that we've talked about. So when Nietzsche announced God is dead, he doesn't say that himself. He kind of puts it in the mouth of this madman who's holding up a lantern in the middle of the day and everyone's ignoring him or laughing at him. And he's in a way kind of gone crazy. There's another point in Zarathustra, he says, Zarathustra says, I can't believe they don't know that God is dead. So, I mean, even in the 19th century, it was a assumed fact that the Judeo-Christian God doesn't work anymore. And I think we've kind of just been living in the wake of that. I think, in Europe, you
Yep.
have societies that are majority atheist at this point, which is really remarkable. And actually genuinely hasn't happened before. America, we're kind of behind that for some interesting historical reasons.
Well, a lot of the reason is the commercialization of church. They in the UK, for instance, they just have the Church of England, and it's just kind of a staple. It's just kind of a thing that's there, and you go if you want to go. You don't go if you don't want to go. Most people identify as Christians, but they're not really. It's not really in their lives. But here in America, it's a business. So you have to be the, just like any other business, playing to the crowd so that you can get the profit to keep going. And that's why so many churches have gone so far away from what church should be. He said Apolloist. I don't know what that means. So if you could look that up. Apologist, meaning just like apologizing or in the context of Christianity, like Christian apologetics just is explaining how things that don't seem to be congruent with scientific evidence can still be true despite the fact that it's this, that, or the other. But yeah, he said Apolloist. Never heard that word before.
But yeah, I mean, I'm fascinated by what this actually means for the world and society, and whether we can really have a society where we don't have a connection to the transcendent, and so on. So I mean, I think some of the impulse behind what Mark Rahman and I are doing is to understand the problems of Abrahamic religions, understand why they're failing, and then attempt to see what has worked, like what has been able to generate civilization, higher civilization, what is life affirming and not life denying, where can we have a sensual existence within that frame. But I think it is under the presumption that religion is necessary. I mean, we're not Homo sapiens, we're like Homo religiosus, like we need some kind of connection to something.
I agree. We need some kind of connection to something. We just don't either need to define what that is or all need to connect to the same something.
And without it, there's despair or there's just branching off into total insanity.
Yep, I
And
agree.
So I think so much of contemporary postmodern world is grasping for something. It's Marianne
Yep.
Williamson. It's the Trump, like literally.
Yep.
It's hyper fundamentalism. It's Eastern religion. But it's all this grasping for need of being a part of something bigger than yourself.
And the reason that these people are going to these other areas instead of just looking at moral philosophy and the Bible in a secular manner is because people like you, Richard Spencer, and many others are gatekeeping that to the church. Stop gatekeeping reality if you want people to be moral.
So I don't know. I mean, these are just some basic things to throw out there. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, pretty
Am I supposed
basic.
to have a response to that?
I mean,
I feel like, I guess I take a little bit of an existential approach to this, in that, like, I agree that we need meaning from somewhere. I feel like we can invent that meaning, and then we can live for that meaning without it being necessarily theological in nature. I know that historically we spent
Exactly.
a lot of time. God is a very easy kind of like blueprint to this is what I live for. This is how I structure my family. This is where my morals come from.
Right.
I feel like people are capable of aspiring to more. That we can find meaning in the things that we enjoy, the people around us, the hobbies that we do.
Hobbies?
Yeah, hobbies.
Well, I mean, in comparison to something that's divine, I mean,
I get more meaning out of some of the most transcendental events I've ever done in my entire life.
Preach.
More than the best sex, more than the coolest mass I went to as a Catholic, has actually been in a room with friends improvising for hours on keyboard while they're playing other instruments.
Facts. I have lived that experience. I was just on the Akon stream for his birthday, March 1st. We were showing video of when we were at Electric Zoo, a concert where we weren't even playing music. We were just listening to music. And that was one of the most spiritually enriching experiences of my life. But y'all don't know about that because all you have is what comes from the Bible. And you know that even though that's all you have, that I'm wrong and whatever experience I had is non-existent or not good enough or not equal to yours, even though you have no idea, while I have had both.
These are some of the most connected I feel to other people and to my humanity. That we've got like a language that we've invented for art that is hitting our ears in a new way, and we're creating something together. And that feeling, and if you're a musician, you've done it, you know it. The feeling of jamming out with people, the feeling of improvising, creating something new and doing that. Such a connected experience. It's so cool. Hobbies can be like a lame thing, like I play League of Legends, or hobbies can be like really fun things that you pour your heart and your soul into.
Facts. So Jared says, my father said something interesting to me years ago. I told him I don't like religion, and he concurred. It confused me because he's very Christian. He told me it's an experience. I don't. The only thing I disagree with about that is that it has that. Like, I agree, it is an experience. Spirituality is an experience. It is something that you that happens to you and that you engage with. The problem is putting the goddamn labels on it and connecting truth claims to those experiences. You can experience something without it having to be called this thing or without having to believe in X, Y, or Z to have that experience. So, I mean, I agree with your dad. 100%.
Like artists, like all the great artists of the Da Vinci's and the musicians that we've talked about here, your Nirvanas, your punk, all of this, like these people, these are hobbies. I guess maybe hobby is like maybe art should be a better way to refer to it. But like, yeah, I think that we should be able to find things in our life that give us meaning and purpose, and then pour time into those things, and then find a way to share those things with other people. Personally, that's where I find.
So that sounds like ritual and community. Can't find that. Wait a minute. I remember learning about those in church. But here we have a blue-haired atheist talking about these things, and the two Christians are like, what? I don't get it. Maybe your arrogance has kept you from understanding the experiences of others. Maybe your notion that it has to be God, it has to be Christianity, it has to be religion, it has to be this, that, or the other is ignorant. It's naive.
Find the most meaning in my life. That could take the form of music. It could take the form of intellectual or philosophical discussions. But I think that having these things we pour time into that we can use to connect to others, for me, is like the ultimate human experience.
I resonate with so much of what you just said, but I mean, isn't Isn't that a part of religion? I mean, religion.
Yes, it is a part of religion, but it doesn't have to be part of religion. That is the point. That is the entire point. Yes, that's why religion has its good parts, because it has stuff like that. But the point he's making is that it doesn't have to come from religion.
Just coming up with some like abstract proof that God exists.
No, I agree.
Oh yeah, because religion isn't abstract at all.
That
Religion
it's
is
not
singing in a-
Aquinas'
it's
arguments
singing in
for
a choir.
God. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Religion is a really good. That's why I said religion is a good blueprint for that. I think that people have thrown away the blueprint and they didn't make anything else. So you get a lot of people that are kind of like wandering in this spiritual void.
Bars. That's exactly what I tell you guys all the time.
Throwing away
Singing
arguments
in a
for
choir.
God.
Listen
Yeah,
to
I
this
agree.
again. Listen to exactly what he's saying and find a way to disagree with it.
Religion is a really good. That's why I said religion is a good blueprint for that. I think that people have thrown away the blueprint
People have thrown away the blueprint
and they didn't make anything else. So you
and they didn't make anything else.
get a lot of people that are kind of like wandering in this spiritual void because we didn't make anything to replace church. We just like got rid of the theology and the religion, and we didn't keep all of the rituals, which I think is a problem for atheists or agnostics or just non-spiritual, non-religious, non-practicing people in general. But I think it can be found. I think you can find meaning in your life. You can find ways to structure your life without religion, but we need to create a new guidebook or have people intentionally and deliberately
Say that it doesn't have to be religion that you can get these experiences from. Yes, I agree. This is exactly the point of this channel. Those of you who are gatekeeping morality into religion are damaging this country. You are damaging people's ability to find these alternative ways to get the same values or at least similar values because you are gatekeeping.
meditate on that process because you're not going to find it without thinking about it. But you could in the past with religion because you didn't have to think about it because you were born into a religion. And all the
Exactly. It's just spoon-fed to you. No work necessary.
kind of like preconceived and constructed for you. But without that, you have to spend some deliberate time searching. And most people are never really trained or taught how to do
Well,
that.
it's too much to ask for humanity to come up with the right solution all on their own as well. I mean, there has to be some kind.
Who's talking about on your own? Who's talking about on your own? Yeah, you do work on your own, but then, just like at church, you come together as a community and talk about these values and see, oh, okay, is that going to work? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about why people do the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing with just a different name and without believing in things that cannot be substantiated.
Kind of guiding structure to lead them there. And
It
I
could
think
be.
that's what religion is about. Because I mean, religion
There's so
is
much
about
baggage.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's this famous phrase that I'm sure you heard as an atheist from I think it was a German Jewish historian or something, but it was like
Move the mic close to your face, bro.
Religious people say that they can turn a bad person good, but it's actually true
Oh, I love this one. Are you listening? So, religion can turn a bad person good, but
that religion can make a good person do bad things.
Mhm.
You know, it's like how else could you inspire someone to torture a witch or invade, the evil heathens across the border or something without that?
I feel like there's like a Hitchens quote where it's like good people will do good things, bad people will do bad things, but for a good person to do bad things, it takes religion or something.
Right. I bet he was paraphrasing something.
that's it. There you go. Good people will do good things. Bad people will do bad things. With or without religion, that is how humanity will operate. But it is only, I'm not even going to say religion, it is only dogma. It is only dogmatic thinking, whether that is in the church or in the government or the media or whatever else. It is only dogmatic thinking that will allow good people to do not just bad, but awful, horrible things. And I think he's going to talk about something about everybody thinking that they're, doing the right thing. And the self-deletion blower-uppers in the Islamic countries, they don't think that they're doing bad things. They think that they're doing good, which is why they think they're going to get 72 virgins. Only dogma can make you think that. There is no other way to arrive at that conclusion than if I blow up a school of children, I will be rewarded.
Probably,
Same
yeah.
idea. But isn't there a lesson in there? Because we
Yes, stop gatekeeping morality.
need people to do bad things. And if we don't do the bad things, then other people are going to do the bad things.
Dude, I
to
feel like
us.
you
What?
really need a
Wait, what did he just say? Oh, I'm gonna come back to this, Harley.
thing. Phrasing the same
Probably,
idea.
yeah.
But isn't there a lesson in there? Because we need people to do bad things. And if we don't do the bad things, then other people are going to do the bad things.
Dude, I
to
feel like
us.
you.
What? We need people to do bad things. Because if people don't do bad things, then people will do bad things. That's not a sentence. That doesn't make sense. So I said, I do agree with you about the gatekeeping thing. Some are trying to open those gates, but some are afraid that by doing so, the meaning behind it will be lost or corrupted. I mean, that's fair, but that's why you need to separate it completely. Christianity is a thing. Islam is a thing. I'm not saying open up Christianity or Islam to those who don't believe in Christianity or Islam. I'm saying open up the dialogue of following your or living out your values outside of those who believe the same truth claims that you believe. So nothing is lost. You can still be a Christian, and they can still be a Muslim, and this person can be a Hindu, and I can still be an atheist. But we all believe that in terms of behavior and how we should act. We make a concerted effort to talk about those things and make sure we're on the same page. Why do we need a God claim for that? We don't.
We really need a villain in society. Is what you feel like.
Yeah, he really does.
I hope we don't need to. Maybe I'm idealistic.
Well, I definitely think it seems clear from listening to him. It's useful. It's just
Yeah,
should we then create one?
Yeah, and I understand that, like the need for having.
did you
Like,
guys
imagine
hear that?
watching like what would a movie be without an antagonist, right?
Mm.
Like, can that exist? I would like to think so. For
Oh goodness.
What if you just had no one to beef with for 6 months on stream? Sounds like a pretty boring 6 months,
Yeah.
right?
this is what I like.
James Bond
Okay,
didn't have a villain. He's just basically drinking.
Sure.
Just walking
martinis.
around looking cool. Yeah.
I wish that we could just manage conflict in a better way. I personally, I manage conflict very well. I can go very hard on someone, and at the end, we're chilling cool. But it feels like people just lack the ability to do that. And having the
seeing
actual,
you be so comfortable having conversations with people like Fuentes or whoever is
Mhm.
why I feel comfortable having a conversation with Richard. Whereas before, I felt like I had been kind of bamboozled into thinking like, oh, people have dangerous ideas and you can't platform people or whatever, which seems kind of stupid. Having spent like the last year or so watching you go to war with all kinds of people you disagree with on things and finding common ground with them.
Shout out to Chester. Shout out to Kelly Green. Shout out to Tyler. Everybody who is in the Discord who will, do exactly what they were just talking about. We can get in these heated debates. Heated debates. But we can do that because we know that we are friendly beyond that. And we don't need to pretend to be nice because we do actually care about each other and care about what each other thinks and so on and so forth. That is what we need.
yeah, there's these 5 little things that I figured out like politically that remain consistent throughout my life, and one of those things is you have to assume. These are like, if you don't start from these positions, you're lost. The number one assumption
All right. If you don't start from these 5 positions, you've already lost. Let's see. Number 1.
that you make is all people are fundamentally trying to do the best thing. That's if you start from a foundation of like that guy's fucking evil, then you're lost.
Literally, what did I just say about the self-deletion blower-uppers?
Like in America, conservatives want America to be the best version it can be. And I think progressives do too. And communists and Nazis and everything, they really want,
Yep.
they think they're doing the best.
Agreed.
When you start from there, you can start to talk to people for real. But if you start from a position of he just wants to fucking ruin the country, well, how the
Does anybody disagree with that? The only caveat that I would make is that, again, drawing back to the separation I make between liberal voters and Democratic politicians and conservative voters and Republican politicians, where I think that on both sides, the politicians are absolutely trying to ruin the country. Both sides. That is how they have use, is that the country is in shambles and we need them to fix everything. But if we're just talking about normal people, like if you're a communist or a socialist or a libertarian and anarchist, you think that because you think that is the best way for us to do things. Holly says you can definitely follow the behaviors without the belief. I know, I do it every day. To me, that's the best way for those who do or don't believe to live together in peace. I wish more believers thought like you, Harley. I wish. It would be an easier life for me, and it would be a better life for all of us. But unfortunately, it ain't like that.
fuck you can have a conversation? Why would you even want to have a conversation?
Right.
It's kind of like I say that like January 6th is a good thing if you really believe the election was stolen, right? You should be out there protesting and trying to fight back, or like killing abortion.
Wait, Fight Club's free on YouTube right now? I haven't seen that in a minute, and I just seen a breakdown of that video where it's kind of changed the whole context. I definitely need to see it again.
Doctors is good if you really believe that abortion is murdering an infant, right? But the problem is
Demonetization. Guys, again, I am trying to do this full time. If you could help me out, I would love that. If you can't, that is perfectly fine. I love the fact that you are here. But if you can, you know.
That, like, the reason why we disagree on this is because there's some foundational difference of, like, you know, what epistemically even is true, what is a fact, what is not. But yeah, you have to start from that foundation that everybody is good and they're trying to do the right thing. Because if you start any other place, yeah, you're not going to talk to anybody and society necessarily fucking falls apart.
Hey, we got Nick in the building. Welcome to the party, Nick. How are you doing? Saw your stream, so I jumped in to hit a like. Thank you so much. All greetings and say hi, how you doing? I am doing fantastic. And yeah, we got an interesting conversation going on here. Definitely check out the replay whenever you can. Glad to see you, brother. Glad to see you.
Yeah, I completely agree. But again, religion can bring people together in that sense. As I was saying, like, religion is consensual force, as contradictory as that seems. It's a way of herding and giving people a high and a low and a left and a right that they immediately understand. And I don't think humans can function without such a structure, and we will find a structure.
How do you know that? How could you possibly know that? We've never lived in a world where, again, to use the same word, gatekeeping, that morality has not been gatekept by religion. So that's like saying, I guarantee, like, knock on wood, Morty's never ran away. But it's like, I guarantee if Morty were to run away, he would never be able to find his way home. Maybe, but he's never ran away. So what information would I have besides the fact that when we're out walking, he knows exactly which house is ours? So you're just talking out your ass. You're just saying things. Jared says, I believe the old Christian guard is dying slowly and the new guard is rising. I find myself becoming more friends with Christians who don't press their belief like my dad's generation. He is 71. And I mean, I think that is a good thing that people are doing that. But proselytizing is part of what you are supposed to do if you're a Christian. If you believe that by not believing, not accepting God, that you're going to eternal hellfire, then I would sure hope that you are trying to save people. The problem is the messaging of telling people that that's the case when you have no idea. You have no clue. I gotcha, Nick. Don't worry about it. I gotcha. Tim Pool is weird. Hey. I think he's rather normal. Hey. Look, is he wearing a hat for the rest of his life? That little blanket child in Snoopy. I mean, I'm just gonna assume like, you know, you're cool, but I'm just gonna assume you're just, you know, talking to other people because I don't know what is relevant here
in some way if it's not given us through a value system. And so
so we need a value system. So something like moral philosophy that has existed for centuries. If you can't name 3 moral philosophers, then you do not have any business talking about what can and cannot be done without religion.
It raises, you know, a bigger question of what kind of value system you want. And I think Christianity gets a lot of credit in a way because of leftist or feminist or just degeneration of society and the things of, you know, this is wholesome and real. It's about families and so on. And I get that. And I think it has kind of glommed onto that. But there's the bigger question of what it actually means to be a Christian. You know, what does it really mean for that figure from the Old Testament, Yahweh, to be the chief God who you fear? What does it really mean to worship a dying God on a cross? Well, in the ancient world, Christians were accused of being atheist in a way. By Celsius, they had gotten away from the deities that spoke to people immediately, represented their tribe, represented higher values or primordial principles. They were kind of worshiping some kind of, on some level, some abstract thing or a dying God, which is impossible in the mind of the ancient world. So you have to interrogate, like, what is Christianity? What kind of system is it leading you towards?
This is what I like about Christianity, I guess, is that, like, I can find a way in Christianity to make it compatible with your incessant for a villain in a way that I think is healthy. If you're not going to read the Bible, at least read one of the Gospels, because I feel like 95% 3% of what happens in the Gospels, people should generally be on board with. Nice people don't
Agreed.
judge people.
Who genuinely thought that I would have an issue with him saying that?
Treat your neighbor well. Like, it's pretty basic shit. I don't think Jesus is out there saying some shit like, John chapter 7, verse 42, we need to abolish the Federal Reserve for Bitcoin. Okay, he's not talking about a bunch of like really controversial shit. Most of it was like pretty reasonable.
I mean, if he was, then we might be talking. No, I'm just kidding.
The thing that I like about the framing of Christianity in terms of the villain
sword.
is what?
I mean, Jesus, I respect maybe Jesus more than you do. I think Jesus was kind of
Probably. He's an atheist.
Well, but the evil that they talk
he
about
comes with a sword. He comes to divide you. He comes to divide you from your own parents. He says.
No, well, hold on. Only if the
Who, Jeffrey Marsh?
parents stand in opposition to God, though, right? Real
Well,
quick, let me
okay,
just finish a real quick thing.
okay.
Is I think that for Christianity, the evil, Satan, is a metaphorical idea that's represented in terms of the division that exists within us. That the enemy or the adversary we seek to vanquish is the thing inside of us that alienates us from our idealized form, which is God, right? The idea that like a sinless person.
Yeah, except for calling that God, I 100% agree. I want to just let him finish and then run that back.
Who is capable of respecting their neighbors, their parents, and living a good and chaste life. The evil villain that we're constantly fighting against is sin,
Is
or the representation
ourselves.
of that is Satan. We don't actually need like other people as enemies for that to be like the thing.
Isn't that exactly what I said in the beginning? That we need opposition, but that need not be another person. That can be something within ourselves. I want to run that back because as an atheist, and as both of us being atheists, me and Destiny, talking about religion, this is the heart of it all. The heart of it all.
He comes to divide you from your own parents. He says.
All right.
No, well, hold on. Only
Okay.
if the parents stand
So this is. Let me explain. I don't know. I don't have anything there.
in opposition to God, though, right? But
Well,
real quick, let me
okay,
just finish a real quick thing.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm actually even going to slow this down because this is the most important part of the whole thing.
Is I think that for Christianity, the evil, Satan, is a metaphorical idea that's represented in terms of the division that exists within us. That the
Within us.
enemy or the adversary we seek to vanquish is the thing inside of us that alienates us from our idealized form, which is God.
It's not God. It's just too many people call it God. But let's take that part out of it. That which alienates us from our idealized form. Why do you need to use the word God? That which alienates us from our idealized form is perfectly fine and has nothing to do with believing in things that cannot be proven.
Right? The idea that like a sinless person who is capable of respecting their neighbors, their parents, and living a good and chaste life, the evil villain that we're constantly fighting against is sin, or the representation of that is Satan. We don't actually need like other people as enemies for that to be like the thing that we have to fight against, right? Like the antagonist can exist within inside of us.
The antagonist can exist inside of us. And it does, whether you are Christian, Satanist, or anything else. Your biggest opposition in life is yourself.
I think it's a healthier way to view antagonists than like needing another nation, Oceania, or a race or whatever. Another person is like an enemy.
Well, I think you're giving a rather euphemistic notion of all these things. I mean, look, you're born
Of course. There's always an excuse.
in sin, and there is some profound thing that was brought into the world through Judaism of hating the body, in the sense of just the body itself is a problem. Sensuality itself is a problem. I mean, you're a sinner whether you like it or not. There's an attack on things that are physical and beautiful and manifest in the world.
Which is
It's also a religion that, at least in the Christian form, debatable Judaism, but it is offering your best life later on. It's offering an afterlife that you will experience these kinds of things.
Which then inherently devalues the life you are living. If this is all you have, that's one thing. If you have this and then you have eternal paradise, well, how valuable is this life?
I think there are actually some really negative effects.
I think that the attack on the body I think, is
Agreed.
fundamentally good. And I think in a hidden way, all three of us kind of agreed with it earlier. Left to its own devices, the body will get fat, smoke cigarettes, jerk off to porn. Like we are in a constant struggle with ourselves to guide ourselves on a good path.
Guys, if you have not already, please, can I just get 2 more likes? 2 more likes, and that would make my day.
That if we were to be more religious in our earlier arguments, we would be talking about like the desire for the body to sin, and it does naturally exist in us, and so in such a high state that we will, given the opportunity to download and masturbate to the craziest porns, gamble, do all these horrible things, we have to keep the mind pure.
But you're projecting something onto Christianity, because Christianity isn't an attack on the dying body or the degenerating body. I mean, that's Christ. That's what is imaged in a God on a cross. It's an attack on a healthy power.
See, when you start talking like this, I just zone out. Not because you're not making sense, but because this is just your interpretation of what this isn't what Christianity is. You're not explaining what all Christians think, because all Christians have their own ideas. of what these words mean. So I just tune out because you're just saying, oh, this is what I think, and I don't really know, but I think, and I think, and I think, and I think, and maybe. So what are we doing? Godlike? Divine? I'll say this many things in our society works against that divinity in each one of us. And because people are like, well, hey, I'm a Christian. I go to church. I pray. I can get away with this. I can do that. I can have premarital sex. I can do whatever I want. Because I can just say, oops, sorry. And I still get in the club. Whereas the atheists don't believe in such club. We believe that this is all, and I don't even want to say that because there's not one thing that all atheists believe, except that they don't have an affirmative belief in a God or gods. But people like myself, who are atheistic and also striving to be as moral as possible, don't have the blueprint just handed to me. I had to build that from scratch. And so if I am an even similarly moral or more moral person than a Christian, what does that say? Just as my grandpa once told me that we're all sinners. Yeah. I don't know how deep that is, but Nick says, you're so right. I know I am. I judge myself more harshly than I believe any God would. I don't believe, but I try to live in a way that if God exists, I hope he could agree and forgive my flaws. And again, I think that's a good way to live, especially if you're not a believer. But even if he doesn't exist, why do you need the forgiveness of some being? Why don't you just want to be, and I assume that you do, you just want to be a good person because you want to be a good person and you want to live in a society populated by good people. So you want yourself and other people to be moral beings. Always says, to me, this life is valuable because the intentions we have in this life affect us in the afterlife. I didn't say it was not valuable, but it cannot be as valuable to you as it is to me because you are all it is to you is the ticket to your afterlife. Where to me, this is all I have. This is my entire existence. To you, it's just a waiting room. The death approach. That death. I don't know what that says. Oh, gotcha. All right.
Powerful body.
I don't agree. I disagree.
You can euphemize this, but you can kind of come up with a Christianity that's more positive. And I would agree that for so many people, like their image of Jesus is a smiling bearded white guy with brown hair. They instinctively want something healthy about it. But what its ultimate message is something that you can kind of get to. And I do think that message is conveyed in all forms of Christianity. You're still worshiping this God that is failing and dying and returning again and again. You're worshiping suffering. You're claiming that the body is inherently wicked. I agree that we can miss the mark, which is the Greek word for sin, missing the mark.
I hear you, Chester.
I would certainly not think that I am inherently awful or something. I think I can maybe give a glimpse to maybe if I'm good enough in my life, I can offer a kind of glimpse of like a higher being.
So Divine says, lastly, I'll add Christ should be viewed as a verb, an action someone engages in. And everyone knows Homeboy was claiming Nazareth. Still can't get with you there, bro. A person is not a verb. A person is not a verb. That's just how language works. This is the semantic obfuscation that you are engaging in right now. Christ cannot be a verb. Christ is a person. You can be Christ-like, but you don't need to believe in any truth claims about the world in order to do that. Really? No, I'm going to assume you guys have all already liked because I didn't get any other likes. And so I'm going to assume you guys are on top of it. So thank you. And if you haven't, then, just take this opportunity to, help out.
I guess it depends on the way that you want to frame it. Like, I feel like unchecked, humans can be selfish and dangerous and destructive creatures.
Sure.
But given the mind to pursue something greater than yourself, which is what people would point to as like the Jesus or the godliness in you or whatever, those are the things that you push towards that create a better you, a better community, and a better world. That even when you talked before about like sensuality is like dangerous or bad, I don't think the Bible ever says that sensuality is bad or dangerous. It's just something that ought to be reserved for your wife. And I think we can all think of examples of single parents, of rapists, of horrible people that have that gift of sensuality in their body, that misuse it and appropriate it in such a way that it becomes, the body itself becomes destructive to society when you pursue the sensuality for the sake of sensuality to that end. But when instead you channel it in a more positive, Christ-like way, in a way where you're only using it as a tool to build a family or to strengthen the bond between father and mother, husband and wife, then it becomes like a more positively channeled thing, a more divine thing.
My wife.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I think again, you're projecting things.
What am I projecting? I feel like I learned this shit in school.
There.
Wait, what is this not?
In Catholic school, you probably learned that because again, it's like this is this way that we can square the circle. But what is Jesus actually saying? What is?
So notice how he literally said, "This is what I learned in Catholic school." And then because Richard Spencer, a Christian who is in favor of Christianity, disagrees, they are not now arguing about what was taught from Catholicism. This is not a cohesive ideology. This is a collection of random ideas that may have some sort of connection, but it's not a cohesive thing. And that's the problem. So we will be okay. I sure hope so. Just to divining around, I think that's wrong and undermines Christianity's central premise. What is that Christ should be a verb? I guess I agree. I don't really know how important. Again, that's what it turns into. The idea that we have to, how we're defining these words, how we're using these words, that becomes the conversation instead of what we should do, how we should act. That's what I'm interested in. It says this life is all we have. We only get to live once. What we do with this life matters regardless of belief. Well, unless you believe that there's an afterlife, then it's not all we have. You can't have both. You can't have both. Either this life is all we have, or it's a waiting room for an afterlife. You cannot have both. Those are mutually exclusive. Next says, it's always felt like morality comes from within us. I feel it if I don't stay true to my belief in what is right or wrong. Guess what? This is how Christians operate too. They just use the Bible as the anchor. But no Christian that I've ever met follows the Bible to a T. They pick and choose what beliefs they are going to choose as their beliefs. Oh, that's just a metaphor. Or, oh, I know, that part's not relevant. Oh, there's all these excuses and apologetics to make it fit when it doesn't. Oh, okay. Well, so did I. And he did also call himself an Apolloist. Yeah, I mean, maybe he meant apologist. I don't know. This guy's. There's a reason he's not in the public eye that much anymore.
The meaning of all of these things ultimately. I mean, what is the Tower of Babel about but an attack on civilization? Babel is.
I thought the
Babylon.
Tower of Babel was an attack on the hubris of man to think that he could accomplish
Yep.
great things in the absence of God.
We can accomplish great things, but it's never hubris is never mentioned. The worry that Yahweh has and why he goes down and destroys the tower is that people will be speaking the same language and thus communicating and reaching up higher to the heavens. It wasn't hubris that was their downfall. Like they built a tower.
See, we're not arguing about whether people should do this or not do that. We're arguing about what was meant by this. You both read the same story. So if it's not clear, then maybe that's not a story we should be using to dictate how we live our lives. Yep. That's why there's too many denominations, because everybody just picks and chooses whatever they feel is right, which is good. That is what you should do. You should not follow the Bible dogmatically, but they pick the beliefs, and because it comes from the Bible, whichever beliefs they pick, they follow those dogmatically. I'm not waiting for the afterlife. The afterlife is waiting for me. So then this isn't all you have. You have an afterlife waiting for you. You can't have it both ways.
Too high and it fell over. It was the very fact that they were doing something in a civilized manner that Yahweh came down to smite it. So there are
Smite.
some, and Babylon is the origin of the word Babel, talking Babel. It's also a direct reference to Babylon, which is a great ancient civilization.
Sure. To be
that
clear,
the
also,
Jewish people resented.
I am an atheist, so I'm not gonna like say I support the God shit. Like,
Well, I know,
but I'm just saying, like, I think there is a way.
But like, it's a kind of like you need to recognize like there's a darker element to all of these Abrahamic religions.
I mean,
And
I think there
it's
can be, but there. I mean, it can be channeled in a positive way too. I just did it. I think that like there are positive, and I think if you go to mass, if you go to church, if you listen to your preacher, or whatever, they can channel in positive ways too. There can be like dark ways to interpret it as well.
Right.
I remember getting into an argument with a religious guy over should we fixate more on people going to hell, or like the afterlife shit versus stuff that exists in the world now.
No, Chester, he's not in Discord. Whatever reason, we're not good enough for him. So despite the fact that I come out here every other day and talk about how amazing the time that we have in there is, Divine Rod's too good for us.
Because some people think that it's a good motivator to tell people that you're going to burn eternally in the fires of hell. I think that's a really shitty way to sell religion. But
Facts.
Yeah, I guess I don't feel like Christianity has to. Like I met some Christians, it's like not like an intrinsically bad, horrible, evil thing. It's more just like a moderating force, a principle, like a guiding force of like
Right.
maybe.
No,
be
I mean,
careful.
I even attend church in a kind of social way because I guess I am hopefully pro-social, and I do think that there are some civilized aspects to my church and the Episcopalian Church. And
Fair enough. So again, if you would like to hear how we explain this, it's not going to happen in chat. It's only going to happen in Discord. Harley, can you drop that link for me, please?
so on. But I also recognize that we need to move beyond these kinds of messages, and that particularly when we like all around us we're experiencing the death of God, just the lack of church going, the lack of real belief in a deity, the lack of some kind of either hyper personal or hyper abstract notion of God as opposed to the figure himself, Yahweh. I think this is spelling the end of this era, and there does need to be something put forward. And Apollo is also son of God.
So he did say Apolloist.
He's a god of intelligence, of sensuality, of sending plagues to your enemies if you need to, of athleticism. He's kind of a polymath and the best at everything. He's beautiful, fundamentally. And
wait, what's the difference between what you just described in Yahweh?
Yahweh's a fire god who's going to kill you and terrorize you.
Oh, like literally the god of Apollo, like not like within Christianity, like the Greek god Apollo. Weird. All right, Mr. Zeg is going to bed, staying up till 7 a.m. Thank you so much. Join that Discord, bro. Join the Discord. I'm telling you, it's fun and it's free right now. It's free right now. If you join, your grandfather is going to be free forever. But once I cut it off, you're going to have to pay. And you're going to want to be in there. So trust me, I'm giving you the keys. Just join. It is free. Nick says, I think if we love our fellow man, realizing we aren't going to always succeed, but always try, then we can't go wrong. We don't try to hurt what we love. We try to protect it. I love, not hate. What an awful, awful heathen you are, Nick. I can't believe that you would say this. I can't believe that you would believe this. This is awful. You need God.
I feel like he mellows
Yahweh.
out a lot after Jesus. I feel like he's
Well, that's not Yahweh. That's Theos in the in the Gospels.
Well, in the Christianity, they're all the same God, right?
Right. They translate it as God. Yeah,
Sure.
it's different words in the Bibles.
well,
But
it's still fundamentally it's the same God. The God of the Old Testament is the same God as the New Testament.
it
might be different words referred to him, but it's fundamentally it's the same.
Is it
spiritually
the same personage who is destroying, villages and acting out of jealousy and so on? That kind of abstract Theos of the New Testament. I mean, I agree with you. It's
All right, so he's going through. Let's see what other chapters are here. Anything? Okay, Destiny. Let's see, last three. Destiny says you can have similar views to Christians without being religious. We already passed that. No. Okay, perfect. 3 chapters left. How are we back at 4-hour streams again? I was trying to do 2.5, and here we are at 4 hours.
I feel like you can shade Christianity to have these same views while still being Christian. And I'm sure some Christians would agree and some would disagree, but sure.
Probably.
Yeah. No, I think Christianity has been kind of shaded in that way, as you say, but I don't think it can really escape itself. And once we become conscious of it, it's kind of like an unending road towards where we are now. I mean, it's, once you see behind Christianity what it's really saying, the kind of symbolism that it's using, and so on,
then you stop becoming a Christian because you realize it's all bullshit.
you can't just like do a gloss over it and think that Jesus was Superman or something like that, you know, which I think a lot of people want to do.
Okay.
I guess it's kind of hard to argue with an atheist because I'm trying to peg you as a Christian.
Yeah, I don't
get
really-
a little resistance.
I'm
going.
trying to peg him too. But yeah, it's interesting hearing you say like, oh yeah, nothing in the Old Testament actually happened. For me, as like a 14-year-old realizing I was an atheist, I pretty much stopped there. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's all I really need to know. So I feel like
And that's most atheists. That's most atheists. They're like, oh, okay, this is BS. Game over. There is no path for somebody like this to find the value hierarchy that we were talking about without religion. And so what happens? You become an OnlyFans creator. Good job, Christianity. You've done it again.
like everything I was taught as a kid was a lie.
I feel like
Yeah.
when you start to become critical, it's very hard, depending how critical you get, to maintain any type of Christianity.
Yeah.
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 Generally
Well,
speaking.
I would love if you were listening, but hey, I'll take what I can get. Thank you, brother.
that faith is very difficult. It's, you know, you can kind of understand Christianity, but that faith, it's very.
And then you end up making a lot of what Richard said. You make a lot of compromises where it's like, well, the Jews escaping are kind of a euphemism, or this is like allegorical, this is metaphorical. Like you basically need like an English degree to reinterpret your Christian
Right.
religion,
And
kind of like make it work.
when,
you know?
when you debate with like real
Mhm.
lifelong hardcore Christians, it's like you face a level of stubbornness that you're pretty unlikely to face. Sort of
Only you can find that level if you're talking to trans activists or pro-choicers. It's the same thing. It's dogmatic thinking. The unwavering belief that you have knowledge that you cannot possibly have.
it comes to a lot of other conversations. I don't know if you felt that at all with
Yeah,
our,
of
our
course.
last debate or whatever, but yeah.
But there's also to be fair, that's a lifetime.
Same, Nick.
Mm.
Like,
Same.
am I really about to debate you out of the fundamental assumptions that you've made about human existence?
Yeah,
That's
right.
probably not going to happen. That'd be like me arguing with you right now. I'm going to convince you that you really live in the Matrix. Like, am I really about to undermine your whole existence? Like,
Well, it depends on what the truth is. If you have the evidence that we are living in the Matrix or a simulation or whatever you want to call it, then absolutely, you should be open to that conversation no matter who you are. And then when you don't have any good evidence, and you can just say, okay, that's dumb, that's not real, but we engaged with the idea. What's wrong with that?
it's not going to happen no matter what. You
Yeah.
know?
Right. But yeah, no, I agree. And I think there was almost painful. I can remember not believing in Santa Claus anymore when I was like 9 or something like that. And it just being kind of painful to let that go, because I think you want to be a part of society. Like you want to play along.
So Jared says, I believe Christianity is a product from Eleusinian mysteries. I don't know what that is, but went off the rails somewhere along the way. Christians destroyed the sacred temples and statues around 398 AD. Doesn't surprise me. Didn't know this, but doesn't surprise me at all. Not at all.
You want it to be true. And I you know, and as you get older, you kind of have a certain appreciation for Santa Claus. You know, I'm not going to go and be like, take the red pill. You know, Alex, Santa is not real.
But
or
I have
something.
some. I know
You
some
wanna play-
parents.
Exactly, Nick. Exactly. That's what I got this tattoo for. Oh. You can't hear me. Believe nothing except that anything is possible. Whenever I work out a little bit more, you'll be able to see it. It'll all be on one side and I won't have to roll my arm. But believe nothing except that anything is possible. And that includes living in the Matrix. That includes the existence of Santa. That includes Christianity and everything else. So, I mean, I think we get the point there. You know, the Richard Spencer is kind of an out there guy. I think he got his heyday when there was a lot of anger on the right. There was a lot of disconnect from the establishment, the Republican Party, and conservative voters. And so this alternative right, the alt right. Oh, I thought you. Never mind. And it's gone too far. It went too far. And now he's realizing, okay, that didn't work. And it seems like he's again in this place of, drowning in what he doesn't know. not understanding that he's only in 3-foot deep water. He's drowning in 3-foot water. He's swimming and thrashing about like, oh no, I can't breathe. Not realizing he can just stand up. He can just read a book, a different book that will give him so many answers. Why? Because he has been indoctrinated to believe that the only way to get those kinds of answers is through religion. So can Richard Spencer, apparently. So yeah, I don't know about that. One of these days. So we are about to head to the after party. That is the link right there. Just click it. It is free. It is free. And I would love to hear from you guys. And I mean, you know, the fact is there's a lot that we went over here, and there's a lot that we just can't talk about on YouTube. I wish that were different. And, you know, we're demonetized anyway because they're using the F word and the porridge word and all of the other words that you're not allowed to use. But over there, we can talk about whatever we want in any way that we want. And that's really what I want to do. So I want to thank you guys very, 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 very much for being here, for hanging out, for, you know, contributing to the chat, and especially a shout out to Jess and Indie Film for donating, and a special shout out to Indie Film for being the sponsor of tonight's stream. Hopefully we'll get to see him in Discord. He's been a bit busy lately, but always good over there. If you make sure you guys check out the videos that I'm dropping every day. They are I originally tried to do like clip up the streams, but you know, it's just much easier for me to make standalone videos. And if you like this, you'll definitely like them. I have a video every single day. I'm trying to figure out the best timing, you know, on the days that I stream. I'm trying to determine if I want to post like early in the morning, or more in the afternoon, or closer to showtime. But days off, you know, right at 9 o'clock, I will always drop a video for you. So, any other last minute stuff here? I love you guys as well. So head over there, meet me over there. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you enjoyed this party once again. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.